Hi there, it is class project time. I'm going to set you the project of creating this into a cinemagraph. Slow-mo coffee. Come on, slow-mo coffee. So you have to trim a lot of it off the beginning and up to you where you want it to stop. Okay, but the file is in your 13 videos folder under class project called cinemagraph A. And use the techniques in the last video, probably lots of pausing and checking. Otherwise, in your class projects file, I tried to list it out step by step. Even still, it's a tough one to remember. When you're finished, just like the last parallax one, I'd love you to export a video and either upload it to YouTube or Vimeo and send us the link, or upload it to something like Dropbox or Google Drive, something like that, and share us the link. I'd love to see what you make. Now, I've given you a file. You can definitely create your own. Shooting your own one is so much easier because you can know what to hold still, what to move, and you can get the composition perfect. If you are looking for images that are free, okay, or videos that are free, this one here is a good place to go. So Pexels by itself is a good place. Like Unsplash, you can get quality, royalty-free images, not even royalty-free, commercial use-free images, but they've got a video section as well. That's where I got your coffee one, and I got the beans being poured into the bowl. Have a look in here. Like that windmill one would be a good one if it wasn't all moving. All right. Yeah. Go forth, make a cinemagraph, send it to me. I'll see you in the next video. Hi there. In this video, we're going to talk about web design in Photoshop. We're not going to cover every single part of web design in Photoshop. It can be a big thing. I've actually made a separate course specifically for web design in Photoshop. It's 50 videos by itself, so we're not going to cram it all here in the advanced Photoshop course. But what I'll do is I'll give you the high level important details. If you want to go deeper, you can go check out that other course. It's also worth mentioning here that Photoshop is a perfectly great tool to mock up websites. You can see here, I've got this mock-up of a website that this is the way it looks like on a desktop, and that's the way it looks like on a mobile. A responsive website. You can mock up mobile apps here, but it is just a mock-up. Eventually you're going to have to go get this thing made in a web design tool. Something like Dreamweaver would be useful, or you can send it to a developer to be made. In the next couple of videos, I'm going to show how you would mock it up in Photoshop and how to then pass on information to a web designer to go and build it for you, or for yourself to go and build. Another note is that Photoshop is a perfect tool to do it. Illustrator might be a great tool for you as well if your skills are better in that. And a third one is Adobe XD. Adobe XD is probably the more professional mock-up tool that Adobe has, but that's a whole new program to learn. It's up to you. I've got courses in all three of those for web design. Okay, Illustrator, XD, or Photoshop. So that's enough talking. Let's get in and get started. All right, so first up, let's go to File and let's go to New. And Photoshop's super helpful in giving us over here where it says Web and Mobile, just some templates to start with in terms of sizes. So in this case, we're doing a kind of a website, a responsive website. So we want to design it for desktop, mobile, and tablet sizes. So you're going to start with one of these. If you're doing, say, a mobile app design, you're going to design it in mobile. Or you can just type in the pixel height and width here. I'm going to start with web, and we're going to start with the most common web size. Now we're starting from scratch. What you can do is under web, can you see all these templates down the bottom here? Okay, so there's some cool wireframing templates, lots of stuff ready to go to help you get started with website design. Okay, so have a little look through those. If you like one, click it. It'll say download over here and it will slowly download. You can open it up and make the changes. We're going to start from scratch. Okay, so I've picked web most common. I'm going to click create. And the big thing it's going to give me by using that template along the top there rather than just typing the pixels is going to start doing artboards. So we know how to make artboards. But they become particularly useful here. So this one's going to be my mock-up for my desktop size. I'm just going to rename that one desktop. I'm going to create a new artboard. Okay, so I'm going to click in here, artboard tool, the little plus, and this one is instead of 1316, this one is going to be a typical tablet size, which is 768. Okay, it'll depend on what sizes you're designing for. And the height, like a lot of these things, okay, most websites are scrollable, so it doesn't really matter what the height, or at least I'm going to design it so it can be scrolled up. Same with this desktop size here. I'm going to click on the edge of it and just make this longer, okay, because I want my website to be, well, it's going to be a bit bigger and it's definitely going to stick within the width, but it's going to be scrollable in terms of the website. Let's do the last one. Let's do mobile. Actually, let's name everything. This one's going to be tablet. Let's make a new one. Let's call this one phone. And typical phone width is generally designed for 480. All right, so you can see how artboards are super useful when you're doing UI work. Okay, we're doing website design, but if you were doing phone, you could just have all the different screens, just lots of duplicates of that phone. Okay, login screen, sign up, billing, payments, just lots of repeats. Now, the one thing you're doing when you are doing website design is using something called grids. I guess this requires a little bit of pre-knowledge, and I guess that longer course would help. But this is useful for that people that are already doing web design. One of the hardest things, it can be setting up a grid. So whether it's magazine design or web design, often a page is divided into columns. Typically 12 columns, matches Bootstrap and a few other libraries. So we want this grid, instead of actually drawing them in ourselves, so Command R turns the rulers on, Control R on a PC, and just trying to kind of like lay out this grid system, there's a real easy trick. Go to View and go to New Guide from Layout. And you can see in here, presets, I want a 12 column grid, and let's put a 12 column grid in there. You decide whether you need margins or not, either side, top and bottom. It's that easy. So that 12 column grid persists on tablet and mobile, but what I find more useful when I'm actually designing is just to have 6 on both of these, 6 and 4 generally. You could put 12 in there if that's the way you prefer to design, but for me, all I need to see here is 6. So with tablet selected, View, New Guide Layout, go to Preset, doesn't have 6, so I'm just going to type it in. Divides it up. You can adjust the gutter depending on what framework you're using. Let's say I'm using Bootstrap. If you have no idea what Bootstrap is, don't worry. It uses roughly about 20 pixels in between. Same with the phone. I'm going to add you. I'm probably just going to do 4 in this one. Click OK. So let's look at adding just some basic stuff to get started before we look at exporting. So on my desktop, I'm going to go File, Place Embedded or Linked. I'll use Embedded. And in your exercise files, under Web, there's one in there called Background Brick Building. I'm going to place them in. Make them a little bigger. I'll move them to the top. Hit Return. Now I'm just going to use my generic Photoshop skills. There's nothing special about it. I want to start designing. What I'd like to do to this guy, I'm going to put type over the top of him, but he's too light. So with this selected, I'm going to go to Adjustments. I'm going to go to Levels, and then just yank this one up. Then just yank the white up, just to kind of darken it down. It's doing it to the whole document. I want it to just affect the background bricks. If the guides are getting annoying, Command and colon. Okay, the colon is next to your L key, normally. That's Control colon on a PC. So the grids are helpful sometimes, and sometimes in the way. You turn them on and off that way. So I'm going to now add my type tool. I'm going to click once. I'm going to pick a WebSafe font. I'm going to use Roboto. Putting in my hero text, my kind of large welcome to my website. Let's make things awesome. Just because I'm adding text in an image because I want to work through some of the kind of high level principles of web design inside of Photoshop, mainly the exporting. Grid's on. I'm going to make sure this lines up with my grid system somehow. I'm going to grab my type tool, put in some text. If you drag out a box, make sure the font size is something readable, not so big. And I'm going to go to Type, paste Lorem Ipsum. That'll do for the moment. I'm going to put in a fake nav bar along the top. Using my rectangle tool, fill it with black. I'm going to have it semi-transparent. Now I'm going to add my, not to the actual box itself, just down here. So we're going to have a home page. The About Us page, and the Contact Us. So remember, this in Photoshop is just a mock-up, okay? A visual that we can get the client signed off. You don't have to be a web designer or developer to make this work. Okay, it's just look and feel. You are a UI designer. You're in charge of making this look great and work. Make sure the user experience is nice. Let's put in some last basic stuff. You don't have to follow along, but I guess I just wanted to just show you that we're just using Photoshop as a mock-up tool. It's not actually creating the code. It can do little bits. Okay, it can help our developers out. If you're a designer, you can design it in Photoshop and then build it in something like Dreamweaver. But even if you don't, you can just do the design side. Okay, make you a web designer, not a web developer, and you can just do the Photoshop work. Then you'll have to hand it over to somebody else to do HTML and CSS. If you are interested in getting into that type of thing, the front-end web design, okay, something like Dreamweaver might be a good start for you. And I've got a course, I've got a bunch of courses with Dreamweaver. But let's say this is the basics to get started. I just want to show you that we are just mocking this up using our Photoshop tools. We'll turn it into a website later on, not in this course, but you can get by being a web designer and just mocking things up. All right, I'm going to save this. And what I'll do is actually in your exercise files under 14 web, I actually included my template that I've got from my Photoshop course, and it just has all the grids set up already, ready to go for a responsive template. You might get started with that rather than having to go and do view guides yourself and work out what all the sizes need to be. All right, that's it for this video. Let's get into the next one where we look at getting some of the information out of our mockup and how we get it to our web developer to start building it as a website. Hi there, this video is all about how to export our CSS, our images, everything we need to build a website from our mockup. Even if you don't plan on doing web design in Photoshop, hang around because there's some pretty cool export settings that you might use for, say, print or social media exports. It's worth watching, hang about, let's get started. Okay, I cheated. I took our example from the last video and did a whole bunch of extra work. So you can skip to here and go to File, Open, and in your exercise files, there is a file called Web Design Example. Open that one up. If it's asking for missing fonts, just click Cancel. Don't worry about updating them for the moment. So basically, this is just a Photoshop document, nothing special. There's text boxes, there's images. I've done some cropping to some of them. I've added some grain filters to this. I've ignored doing the tablet just because I'm lazy. But let's say I've got a desktop view, a mobile view, and a tablet view. And the client likes it, they've signed it off and they say, yeah, I like the designs. Can you go and start making this? Now, if you are just the designer, okay, you're just working in Photoshop and then that's it. You don't want to touch the HTML and CSS. You want to hand this off to somebody else. There are things you can do to make their life easy. If you're like me and you like doing the extra stuff, so you like doing the front-end web design, you can also pull information out of here to make your life easier in something like Dreamweaver. Let's say it's this font here. If I send it to my web developer friend Mal, he says what font is it, what size is it, and I have to create this kind of like big long list of what it should be. Otherwise, I send him JPEGs and he guesses. That's no fun. So information that I can give him that makes sure that it's going to be perfect. I make sure I click on the right layer, so it's selected. I can go up the top here to layer, and there's this option, copy CSS. CSS is the styling of the font. Nothing really happens, right? Just copy it. And then what I can do is I can paste into an email or into a doc like this. I can just paste in the CSS. And it's going to tell him lots of information, probably more than he needs. But he's going to know the font size, what font family I'm using, what color I'm using, the line height, whether it's centered, all sorts of super useful information. If you're a developer, you might do yourself a favor and maybe, can you see it's created the class based out of the name. So you might give it a different name instead of just letting it be layer 1 or let's make this. You can call this maybe H1. There's bits in here they don't need. But if you're not sure, send them everything and they'll be able to pick out the bits they need. Probably don't need any of that. Or that. Now if Malcolm comes back to me and says, hey, I've picked this font and it's nothing like this, I can say, hey, what happened? I sent you the perfect details. So it's not just for text, it's useful for boxes. So this big rectangle that I've done up here for my navigation, I can have it selected here. I can go to layer, I can go to copy CSS. The same thing in a text document or an email, I can paste it in. Okay, so there's my nav bar. There's the color, the opacity for it as well. I'm probably not worried about position, but definitely the height. So it's going to match my mockup perfectly. So you can just work your way around, building up a list of titles, subheadings, body copy, just to ensure that your website gets matched perfectly. So that's getting out the text. Let's look at the images. So let's say this image in the background here, this fella. The way to make this easier is to name the layer. Okay, so I'm going to drag it out here. When you name the layer, this is what the JPEG is going to be called. Okay, so that's why I've put hyphens in here, because it's best to have images for websites that don't have spaces, they have hyphens or underscores. And I'm making sure that I'm using SEO friendly words. In this case, it's not particular search engine friendly, but you get the idea. Let's say now I want to send them this background graphic. All you need to do is right click it, and there's an option in here that says, you can see it says quick export as PNG. For some reason, the default is a PNG, and it's not something that I use very often. So what you can do is you can go to your preferences and change this quick export to JPEG. On a Mac, it's Photoshop CC Preferences, go to General, and on a PC, it's under Edit. Right down the bottom, you'll find Preferences. Down here under Export, okay, I'm going to switch this to JPEG. So JPEG, my favorites, depending on whatever your quality favorite is, I'm going to go 60. Click OK, and it means now this graphic here, I can right click and just go quick export, tell it where I want it to go. Mine's going to go on my desktop, and this is going to be images for website. You can see it defaulted to JPEG. It used the name of that layer, and hopefully now on my desktop, there's my images for website, and there's my JPEG. All right, back into Photoshop. Now, if you're a person who used to use slices, just so you know, slices don't get used anymore. You can use them, but this is an easier way of doing it. Same with this image here. Let's just do a little practice. This guy here, I've given it a good name. I can right click it, go to quick export as JPEG, hit save. You can see how much quicker this is now. Let's have a look, and there it is there. Another cool thing you can do is, let's say I invert this, right click it, quick export as JPEG, save, replace. You can see you can get a nice little flow of getting these images out ready for your site. Let's look at one last little trick you can do when you're exporting stuff for websites. It's called Adobe Generate. So first of all, I'm going to File, Save As, because I want to show you a little trick. So I'm going to stick it on my desktop. This is going to be called Dan's Tricks, just because I couldn't think of a better name. And we're going to turn on this thing called File, Generate, Image Assets. So we're using it for website design. You could use this for, say, social media export. What it's useful for is, over here, I've got this thing called Image Books. If I give it the extension JPG for a JPEG and click return, what ends up happening is Photoshop, okay, on my desktop, Dan's Trick Assets. So there's the PSD that I made. It's automatically generated this hyphen assets folder. In here, can you see, I've got this one called Image Books. So anything you add an extension to will actually automatically create. Let's have a look at this one here. So at the end here, .jpg, without doing anything else, there it is there. Cool, huh? And it's kind of like a live dynamic thing. Let's go into here. Remember we inverted this? I'm going to invert it back. Don't have to do anything else, but you can see Image Books is updated. So it's kind of a nice live thing. Let's say these icons here. These icons are transparent, right? There's holes in them. So this one here, I'd rather be .png, because we know PNGs allow for transparency. So I just give it the .png, check it out. There's a PNG, ready to go. So for that to work, you need to have saved your file, make sure you've turned Generate on. It's got a little tick on, and nothing really happens, right? Until you start naming things with PNGs, JPEGs, and Photoshop goes and exports them. If I turn the color effects off, hit save, jump back out here, I should have a black version. If you want to stop updating, you can turn off Generate, or just copy and paste them out of that folder that it's been made, that folder that it's made called Assets. Just put them somewhere else. All right, so that's the skinny version of using Photoshop for web design. We use lots of artboards. The guides are super helpful for getting everything to line up. When we're exporting as well, we can export the CSS, which is perfect for things like boxes and type, anything that's generated normally with code on a website. The things that aren't code, like images, JPEGs and PNGs, we can either right click them and go export as, or we can get fancy and use Adobe Generate. All right, that's going to be it for web design. I will see you in the next video. Hi there, welcome to the 3D section of the Photoshop Advanced course. In the next few videos, we are going to explore how to make things 3D, extrude them like the text here. We'll work with different materials like up here, glass and plastics and perspex. We'll explore cameras, we'll explore lighting, shadows. But so you know, this is, I guess, still an introduction. Not a super quick one, but know that 3D in Photoshop is quite a big topic, and we could spend 50 videos on it. Hopefully here, this will get you going. It'll let you create the majority of the stuff most designers and photographers want to do with 3D. All right, let's get started with the first video. All right, to get started, let's open up Wood Background from our 15 3D folder. You can work with any image. Just click open. Now, before we get started, we just got to make sure you actually have 3D in your version of Photoshop. Not all of them do. If you can see this little panel up here that says 3D, you're in luck. You can carry on. If it's not there, unfortunately, you just can't make it work on your particular machine. Two reasons. The main one is that you need what's called a 64-bit version of Photoshop. You can check it here under Help and System Info. At the top here, you can see this is a 64-bit version. If it says 32, unfortunately, you just can't do it. Your machine in its heart is 32 and it can't be upgraded. So you need a different computer, unfortunately. If you do have a 64-bit and you can't see it, the other thing is something called VRAM. It has a minimum requirement, I think, of about 500 megabytes of VRAM. It's pretty nerdy stuff, but I guess if you are looking to buy a computer, make sure it has loads of VRAM, as much as you can get, more than half a gig or 500 megabytes, and just make sure the operating system is 64-bit. All right, the other thing we'll do is we'll set up our workspace, get a window workspace and make sure it's set to 3D, and I'm gonna hit reset 3D. The other thing you might do is under your preferences, remember edit preferences on a PC or up here on my Mac, go to performance. 3D is real stressful. Okay, so you might yank this up a bit higher to say Photoshop can have a bit more of my RAM, 83%. Everything else is gonna run slower, but at least Photoshop's gonna work okay. All right, so we're gonna look at two kinds of 3D in Photoshop. We'll look at something called postcard and one called extrusion. Before we get started, I'm gonna grab my type tool, pick a font, pick a size, and type a word. Rad. No good reason. Okay, pick a color for it. You might have to switch back to your layers panel if you're freaked out by this 3D. We'll get into him in a second. Pick a color. It doesn't matter what color you pick. Now, picking your color here is just going to save time later on. You can change it once it's 3D, but it's easier to pick your color here. Now, if you are doing two words that are on separate layers, you will have to merge them into one layer. Let's just quickly do that in case you, so we're not going to do it for this one, but let's say we've got your rad. Okay, and you want to do 3D for this. What you're going to have to do is select both of them, right click them and say convert to shape, and then right click them and say merge shapes. That's if you're using more than one word. I'm going to undo. I don't want more than one word. So the text is fine. So let's look at the two ways of creating 3D. So the background layer here, we're going to do what's called postcard 3D. So we're going to right click it and say you are a postcard. The 3D world opens up. So the navigation tools for 3D are along the top here. We're going to use this first one. Just click hold. It's easier to click hold and drag the outside than it is the actual object until you know what you're doing. So I'm just clicking and dragging, and you can see I can rotate it around. So that's what postcard does. It makes it super thin, okay, which is going to be fine for us because we're going to use it as a background. So you might be laying out your UI web design template, something like that. So you might be laying out, say, a web design or UI mockup that you've created. In Photoshop, you just want to kind of move it on an angle to make it look like it's at a cool angle or maybe mocked up onto a cell phone. So postcard will be perfect. What we want to do is we want to add some full 3D, some extrusion. We'll do it to this text here. So right click the text and we're going to use this other option. It says new 3D extrusion from selected layer. And that's it. Okay, same tool as before. And I'm going to click and drag in this area over here. All right, so that is how to add 3D. This is your extrusion depth, how thick you want this thing. Do you want it to be not negative? This little slider is a little bit weird. It kind of resets itself every time. So if you want it to be positive, I'm going to type in 100 pixels and see what it looks like. All right, so we're going to undo a few times because what I want to do is I want to show you something first. We want to connect these two because at the moment they're actually two different 3D worlds. So I'm going to keep undoing. So let's back to the beginning. All right, so in my layers panel, this guy's 3D, this guy here, so he's flat. This guy's not 3D yet, so I'm going to right click him, make him a 3D extrusion. And to get them living in the same world, you go back to layers and just join the two. Okay, you hold shift, click both of them, and then hit Command E, or you can right click here and go to merge layers. The difference now is, if I drag it around, you can see they're actually a part of the same world. Cool, that's what we want to do. So now we want to work on these two things separately, mainly just this extrusion here. I want to have it not so thick. So go to the 3D panel, click on rad, and the extrusion, I'm going to just type it in. 100 pixels is going to work for me. So now it brings up an interesting navigation rule. Okay, if I click and drag this now, I'm actually just moving the text separate from the background. How do I move them both at the same time? So there's two ways of moving. You move the scene or the camera, or you move the object. How do you know if you've got one selected on the other? You see it over here. See rad? I have him selected. If I click on my background mesh, okay, that's background. And using these tools along the top, they actually only affect the object I've selected. So what you can do is you can click on current view or scene and move that around. It moves the camera that we're looking through. The objects aren't moving at all, we're just moving the camera. So what I'd like to do is move it so I can see the sides, and I want to move this fella back. So I've clicked on the object, I want to move it closer. There's a couple of ways. This one right here, the move tool. Okay, I can click and drag it and just get it closer till it pokes out the back. Or I can grab this blue handle here. This moves the Z axis. Okay, Z is forward and back towards the camera, away from the camera. And the green one is up and down. And it's really hard to get the red one there. So you might have to rotate it around. But remember, if I rotate it here, I'm rotating the object. So I'm going to click on the current view and then move it around. Move tool. All right, so we're gonna get our angle now. So I'm gonna kind of get it like this. And before we go on, what I wanna do is quickly show you how you do it with a logo, because we've done it with text. So what I'm gonna do is just turn the eyeball off on the red layer and the background mesh, and we'll just bring in a logo before we go any further, because the rules apply whether you're bringing in somebody else's logo or using your text or any sort of shape you've drawn in maybe Illustrator. So I'm gonna go File, Place Embedded, and in your 15 3D folder, I've got a logo in here. It's just the Twitter logo. Okay, bring it in. Cool thing about it, it's vector. Hit return. Actually, I'm gonna make it a bit smaller. And all we need to do is, we can go to layers, right click, extrusion. Okay, or in this 3D layer, it doesn't really matter. I wanna make it a 3D extrusion and hit create. You get to the exact same place. Okay, so whether you used our rad text or you wanna do it with a logo, there is no real difference. Okay. There we go. I'm going to undo. Goodbye, Twitter. And I'm going to turn these back on. All right, so what I want to do is I want a kind of an angle that looks cool. It's a little hard because you can't see all the shadowing here. We'll add lights and stuff later, but I'm going to get to kind of an angle that I like. And I'm kind of guessing here. So what I want to do is do a render. So rendering is going to at least get started under 3D. There's this option here. It's all the buttons plus R. And what it's going to do is it's going to stress your computer out. And it's going to start trying to render it like it would be when it's finished. It's going to take a long time. So often I don't wait for this to finish. It's just doing its thing. I'm just like, yep, you keep going until I get a sense of like, yeah, I like that angle, or I don't. Okay, to get it to stop, you hit the escape key. To figure out how much longer it's got, see down the bottom left here? Okay, time remaining about 5 minutes. Never worry about the minutes. It goes up and down, kind of in crazy steps. So you can kind of get a sense. We're 10% through, so it's going to be a while. And all it's going to happen is it's going to get more and more realistic. So I'm just going to hit escape. It just kind of freezes it there halfway through its render. So you might say, I like it, but what I want to do is maybe have the current view. I'm going to use the move option. I'm just going to click, hold, and actually no, the slide option, the really hard to use one. I'm going to slide this camera back. And then I'm going to zoom it in using this last option. Because I want a really cool kind of like depth of field, or I want the perspective to be quite strong. Kind of in the center there, maybe zoom out a little bit. Remember render, on my Mac it's Command, Option, Shift and R. On a PC it's Control, Alt, Shift, R. Okay, and I'm happy with that angle and that composition. Actually, I'm not. Escape, and I'm just going to kind of come back a bit. So a couple of things I want to do is I need this background to be larger. So I've got to kind of extend it out this way. And because I'm pedantic, I kind of want it like that. So my background layer, there it is there. So what I need to do is I need to make the background just larger. So click on this last option here. This only appears if I have an object selected, either the rad text or the mesh background. And all I need to do again, click out here. I'm just going to make it bigger. Feels like it's big enough. I do need to slide it though. I'm going to grab my move tool, and I'm actually going to use this red guy because I can kind of see him there. Almost there. He needs to probably come down, green. So you're playing with the XYZ. There it is there. A little bit more scale. Huh. If you find 3D really tough to work with and you're like, man, this is quite hard, don't worry, it is. It took me ages to get used to 3D. Even now, it can be a little bit tough when you're using a different program like Photoshop. A lot of the stuff when I'm doing 3D, I'll use something called Cinema 4D. It's kind of more for animated motion graphics. Photoshop does it fine, but my poor old computer here it's a really good computer, but it is stressed trying to render this stuff. Whereas something like Cinema 4D is purpose built for doing 3D, especially movement. Photoshop does it fine though, so especially for static graphics. Anyway, that's enough rendering. Escape. Didn't actually tap escape. Now I have. All right, I'm gonna just play around with my adjustments. I want to click on the current view. And I'm just gonna rotate this around until I find something I'm a little bit more happy with. And while I wiggle this around and find something that I like, I will see you in the next video. You don't have to watch me. And in the next video, we are going to look at materials and textures. Because at the moment, we've got basically just a JPEG in the back. And our little type here is just a kind of a really plain solid color. Let's look at doing different materials and textures in the next video. Hi there, this video is all about materials and textures. We'll make some kind of like blue acrylic, just some shiny green stuff, some glass. All right, let's figure out how to make them. All right, so continuing on from our last tutorial, we're going to look at the materials or textures of our 3D extrusion, specifically this type here. So what we need to do is have the background layer selected. It's actually going to be called background anymore. I'm going to call it 3D type, and we're going to go to our 3D panel. So the materials are these things here. You can see inflation material, bevel material. Okay, so we've got the front of it, the edges of it, the extrusion, which is the sides of it, the back bevel, and the backside, which we can't see. What we want to do is do it for all of them. So what we can do is just click on this one and select this. So we've got all of the different materials selected. And what you'll see up the top here is your properties panel changes. So the starting off material is, if I drop this down, your basic one is this guy here. If I hover above him, he's no texture. That's what we've got. There's no texture, has a diffusion color of the green that we got from our type. This is how you change your color. Say you want it to be pink now, pinker color, and we're gonna hit render. And you can see it's using that color now. Escape. So you can start with this basic color and play around with things like the shine, reflection, roughness, bump, opacity, refraction. Experiment them. We're not going to go through all of them. Reflection's probably like a big shiny material. Okay, if you go 100%, it's a complete mirror. It's not going to be that useful. So I'm going to reflect a bit of shininess. I'm going to hit render, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time waiting for this to render so you can see what it is. All right, even I got bored of that, so we sped it up to here. What I'm going to show you is, while you're working, it's best to probably turn your render settings down to a really low quality, just so that you get a quick look of it without it going too far. But before we do that, you can see the shine and reflection, okay, appearing here. You can see the reflection of the background graphic, okay, the wood cast in there. It's pretty amazing. You can see the reflection of each of the letters on itself. It's all very amazing. It's starting to get nicer and nicer, but you can see it's got a lot more rendering to do before this thing is perfect. So things you can do to speed up your render time. First thing is under your image, oh, I'm gonna have to hit escape. Okay, under your image size, you can work at a really small. We're working at 1500 pixels across, which is reasonably small, right? I did it for this exercise so that when you're playing along, it's not going too slow. The cool thing about it though is that rad here is vector. So we could scale this, we could scale it right down to something really small and work on it there, just, you know, a really small version. And when we're finished, before we do our final render, just yank up the pixels to something larger. The only thing that's gonna limit it is our background graphic. I made it 1500 pixels across. You might have to just work with a smart object that is a lot larger so that you can scale it up. The other thing you can do to speed things up is under preferences, and we're gonna go to performance. You can yank this up even higher. You can switch it to this huge pixel dimension option, and under 3D, make sure that your VRAM, it's different from the regular RAM. This is your video RAM. I've got mine at 100%. Take over, please. Shadow quality, low. High quality, threshold, low. Let's click OK, and now I'm gonna do another render. Well, I won't do another render, but it'll go faster. So let's look at a little bit more materials. This 3D environment can get a little bit tricky. So what you can do, like on the layers panel, remember earlier on we went, only show me stuff that is a type layer. Okay, you can do the same in the 3D layer. I'm gonna click on my Make sure in your layers panel you've actually got the layer selected. 3D here, you can say, actually just show me the meshes, which is the actual physical objects. There's my type and there's my background. Or I can turn that off and actually just turn on the materials. Okay, so that's the material that is my background. And these are the materials that are being used on this object, the front, back, left side, and any corners. Once we get into light, you can turn those on as well. We just have the one overall light at the moment. So under materials, I'm gonna select all of these. Okay, I want all of the materials for rad. And you can play with these, but under this little drop down here, there's a bunch of default ones as well. You just hover above them, they'll give you kind of an explanation of what they are. Cotton fabric, denim. Okay, so you can play around with these and apply it. Let's look at maybe something like, what kind of glass? Crystal glass, frosted glass, glass scratches, pick one, Dan. Glass smooth. I'm picking glass smooth, and problem with the glass is while I'm working on it, it's completely see-through. And when I hit render, it's quite the stress on the machine trying to render glass. So move to 3D, hit all the buttons. All right, it's got started, but even on the lower qualities, it's still not right. The one thing with the quality though, make sure you turn it back up when you do your final export, okay, or you're ready for your final print. All right, before we move on, especially working with glass, it's just the rendering's taking too long. So what we can do is you can grab the rectangle marquee tool. And what we might do actually is turn up my rendering. So back to 3D, and I'm gonna say, actually, let's go for high. Quality is gonna crank back up. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my rectangle marquee tool, select a chunk. So I'm not able to see the whole thing. Well, I can, but I just wanna see just this chunk. Maybe that bit there. And if I click on this render button down the bottom, it'll render just where I have a rectangle marquee tool. So I can zoom in a bit. Nope, I've got to wait for it to finish. And instead of trying to render out the whole thing, I can just take a little snippet and get an idea of the material before I go and maybe commit to the whole thing being rendered. So make a selection, rectangle marquee tool, and then just give that button a click. You can see I cranked it up pretty high, and you can see it's going even slower than it was before. But I'm getting a good sense of the object here. That's enough for me. Escape. All right, I'm going to select, deselect, and I'm going to turn my preferences back to something more manageable. Shadow quality, back to low. All right. All right, a couple of things before we move on about materials. One is you can see this, it's kind of rendering this dark black line through it. You might not be able to see it because you can't see this floor plane. To get rid of that kind of weird dark line, go to back to this option here in the 3D layer, showing me everything in my 3D scene. Click on the word scene, click on the word environment. There's the ground plane. Photoshop puts it in there by default because it's cool. If you don't have this wooden background, at least the shadows get cast on the floor, which is pretty cool. But in our case, I want to turn the opacity down to 0. The other thing is because it's glass, it's hard to see. What you can do is you can go to scene and show me the lines. They do render, so you can use it kind of to re-angle things, but then turn them off before you render it out. And let's grab our material for this guy. Okay, for rad, and don't use glass. Stresses the machine out. What you can do though is start messing around with some of these other colors. Okay, and they're not just colors, some of them have what's called a bump map, which means they're actually going to give it a kind of a lumpy look. It's out of the scope of this video. If you want to go back to just a standard flat color, kind of about halfway down, there's one called no texture. And then click on the diffusion color and pick a color. I'm going to go back to our little minty green. Okay, so there are some built-in materials you can use. Once you've loaded them, you can adjust them. Also know that there are actually some more that Adobe will give you. I'll give it to you free if you go to 3D and go to this option that says get more content. It'll load up the Adobe website. It'll come to here, and down here there's materials that you can download. There's also some meshes. When they say mesh, they mean a 3D model. And down here, there's different stages, kind of lighting setups for products, all sorts of awesome stuff. Once you have downloaded the materials and unzip them, you can go into here and just go to the cog and say load materials. All right, so that's going to be it for materials. Let's get into the next video where we look at using cameras. Hi there, This video is all about looking at 3D cameras, and we're going to look at creating a cool depth of field. You can see in this render here on the left, it's kind of in sharp focus. Then as it heads off into the background, it fades out, kind of mimicking a really shallow depth of field in a normal camera. We'll show you how to save templated views where everything's kind of angled exactly how you want, and then you can move to different views to take a look at it from different angles, but always come back to that view you really liked. All right, let's jump in now and work out how to do it. All right, so what is a camera? A camera is what we're looking through. So we're looking through right now through a camera, okay, to see this rad text. Now, often what we need to do is we need to kind of get the angle that we love, but also this is the way I want it to render, right? This angle. But let's say I want to move this closer to the background. So I need a different angle. So I need to see like how close it is and then kind of drag it in. But then I need to go back and like, oh, it's not quite the same as it was before. So I'm going to undo. So what you do is you set your camera. Up the top here, if you've got current view selected, go up to here where it says view and say, I want to save this view, please. This is going to be the rad view. The nice thing about this is rad view saved there, and it means that I can work here and I can get my, say I want this to be, I'm going to click on it. I'm going to move it a bit further out. So there's a bit more gap between it. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to click out here. So I've got the current view selected and I'm happy with that. But let's say I want to get it back to where it was, all kind of positioned and composed nicely. Let's click on rad view. Photoshop's clever and moves the camera back. Cool, huh? You can have as many views as you like. You can also see these default ones. I can look at it from the top, please. Instead of trying to rearrange everything, you can see I'm looking straight down on top. There's my text and there is my very thin background. Default is the way it opened up, straight on. And I'm going to go back to rad view. All right, so that's setting up the camera. Let's look at depth of field. So with rad view selected up here, you've got this here, okay, the depth of field plane. Now let's add a depth. With it at 0, there is no like super focus, and the higher it is, the more shallow the depth of field is. Let's get it at 2. And what you'll see is there is a bit of blurriness and a bit of not blurry. Yours will be different because yours is kind of angled differently, but there's like a central bit of focus. That's where this distance comes in and out. So you can kind of move, can you see if I'm dragging it left and right? It's kind of going past and through to the back. And this only works if you're at an angle. Let's go to a really steep angle. So you can see kind of about 2/3 down the wood, it's in sharp focus. Everything else is not. The depth, remember, is how like sharp that focus is or how narrow it is. Okay, so I'm gonna have mine at something like 2. And then the distance. If I go way out, you can see the far distance of my wood is in focus, and this is here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, go back to my rad view, and I'm just going to play around with the depth. I like that, but I want the kind of sharp focus to be at the front of this R, but this can blur out. Now, the only trouble with this is that you can see it's no longer rad view. Rad view actually is tied into this depth of field. So what we're going to do is we're going to save another one. This is going to be rad depth of field, even. The rad depth of field view. Okay, and you can leave the other one there, or you can click on it and go, you, my friend, are dead. And go back to rad view. Awesome, I'm going to hit render. And it's cool, but not as extreme as I want it to be. Just gonna hit escape, grab the depth, and you're gonna go higher. So all this stuff's getting pretty blurry. Distance, yeah, there. Render again. All right, it's okay. I'm gonna mess about with it while in between videos. I'm gonna do lots of this because I really love that depth of field, and I'm really gonna try and fake it here. I'm gonna experiment while you're in between videos. All right, so I'm kind of back before you go because of the joys of speeding up the render. And yeah, I'm happy with that. You can see sharp focus on the left, fading out in the background. All right, let's get into the next video where we look at lighting and casting shadows and things. Hi there, this video we're gonna look at lights in 3D. There are 4 kinds of lights. We'll work out how they affect our objects and how they cast shadows. We'll show you how to move them around to get kind of more dramatic effects. That's not very dramatic, but you get what I mean. Let's jump in now and work out how they work in Photoshop. All right, working with lights. Now by default, you're given a light. It's here under environment. It's just a default light just to give things shadows and so they can be seen. So you've got one light to start with. What we're gonna do is look at adding our own kind of like purposeful lights. You do it by, on your 3D layer here, down here, there's a little light bulb. Let's look at an infinite light. Think of the infinite light as the sun. You can't really move it physically. You can change the angle by grabbing this like little ball thing on the end here, and you can kind of decide where it's going to be cast. You can see the shadows affecting it in the background there. So I'm going to go straight up and try and cut. You can see the shadow being cast on the background. It's a little hard to see. I'm going to hit render to give you a quick view. Okay, and you can see here, it's kind of light from the top. It's kind of casting shadows on itself here and onto the background. So infinite light is a perfect one. Think of it as like sunlight, it's just kind of a good fill light. And that may be all you need. What you might find though is, I'm going to hit escape to stop it rendering, is that you've now got 2 lights. You've got the environmental light, which is kind of like an ambient light, plus you've got the sun. So they're both working together. Let's say you don't want the environmental light because you just want this really strong sunlight. So here in environment, just turn this one here, turn IBL off. Now we've only got this infinite sun. And it makes I guess a little, not clearer, but it's just one directional sunlight. Now when I render, it really looks like we've just got a single bulb. It's not super strong, but in the shadows, it's super dark. Whereas an ambient light bounces around and kind of fills lots of holes. Things you can do to adjust the infinite light. So with it selected down here, you can decide on how soft the shadows are, or shadows, whether it has shadows at all. You might not want them at all. So we've got shadows. The softness is really low, but watch this. If I crank it up, it'll get more feathered rather than being a really kind of harsh, strong, thick shadow. Give you a quick render as well to show it. Okay, you can see now it is like a kind of a fluffy shadow. All right, escape. You can also play around with the intensity. Okay, how bright this thing is and how maybe not bright it is. Easy one. And color just means it's going to tint the color. Say you want a kind of a weird yellow tint. Not a weird yellow tint, but you get what I mean. You just want a kind of a daylight kind of flavor to it. Or you could go something a bit more indoorsy. More like fluorescent lighting. Kind of some sort of blue. All right, let's look at some of the other lighting types. You've got 2 other ones. Spot and point do a very similar thing. Infinite light is like the sun. Point light, let's turn that one on. I'm going to turn off the infinite sun. Think of a point light as carrying around a bulb, physically carrying it around and moving around the room. Whereas the infinite light just comes from everywhere in one direction. The bulb is actually something you can find. So with it selected, we can actually move it around. Now for me, I can see it, it's down here. You might have to zoom out, zoom, 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 and you should be able to see it. And what we can do now is, it's a little hard to move this thing around. What you might do is look at from the top. Maybe we can go up to our views, current view, and go to top. This might be the easier way to look at it. So I've got my point light selected, and I want to move it. Use move, grab the red one, go this closer. You can see I'm actually right in front of the text now. So now if we go back to my current view and actually go down to, actually there's an easier way. You can click on red option 2 there. Can you see I've moved this bulb really close to the artwork. So it's kind of like carrying a little lamp around. Okay, and it's going out all directions. It's pretty cool, kind of moody, spooky. Z moves it away and close. And you've got your X and Y to kind of move it up and down. I'll zoom in a little bit. So zoom out, go to your top view and see if you can make it happen. So that's a point light. A spotlight's kind of similar, except it's directional. Does the same sort of thing. It's like you physically carrying a spotlight around. I'm gonna hit escape. That's pretty cool. So I'm gonna turn that one off. We're gonna have no lights. And I'm gonna add the last one, which is a spotlight. This is even harder to use if you've never used 3D. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to click on current view. I'm going to click on this first option and I'm going to see if I can find, there he is there. If I click on my spotlight, you can see it's casting this way. It's only just getting a bit of this and it can be fun to use. Let's again get it into a kind of a spot where we know what's happening with it. So we're going to go to current view. Let's go to top to see where it is. Zoom out. There's my little light there. I'm going to grab my move option. I'm going to click on my spotlight. It's shining kind of through and past my object, which is cool. What I want to do is I want to try and move it. Move it this way. I need to rotate it around, so I'm going to use the rotation option. And I'm going to move it so it's facing there. Move it closer. Or further away. So that's looking at it from the top. We know it's kind of at least from the top down. We can see it pointing at my object. Let's go back to current view and let's look at it from the right hand side. Okay, so it's kind of coming down and towards it, and that's fine. Spotlight. I might bring it down this way. Closer in, and say I want to rotate it. Make sure you got the rotation and click and drag it. It's a little bit hard, left and right, not up and down. So I've got a spotlight pointing at my text and my background. Let's have a little look. Let's go back to my red option 2. Click on my spotlight. You can see mine here. It's actually pointing kind of just up and to the left. So I could play a fun game of trying to rotate it and clicking and dragging and rotating it around. I'm going to use the rotate 3D object and try and drag it around to point it at my graphic. And it's kind of working. So it's very directional. And we have to do a lot of switching between different views to try and work it out. All right, the other thing you can do is you've got the hotspot and the cone of light. So basically how focused this is. Okay, whoops, wrong option. Okay, it's these two little dots here. So I can expand this out. Okay, so what's happening is inside the circle is full brightness from this light. You can adjust the intensity of that center chunk. Then you've got the fall off. Okay, which is anywhere between this hotspot and the outside of the cone. So there's no light outside of this. Watch this. If I tuck you in very narrow and then this in very narrow, you can see the light is only affecting within that little range there. So I'm going to expand it out. And again, this will depend on what you want to do. Do you want a really narrow kind of searchlight? You can adjust the hotspot and cone over here. It's a little hard to work out on the graphic. Hit render. You can see there I had a kind of a weird square going on. That was just temporarily while it was just working. Okay, and in my case, I want the cone to be a lot bigger. I want the shadows to have a bit more softness. And I'm going to play around with the rotation of it. So spotlight selected, the orbit option, and I'm just going to kind of wiggle it around until I get it how I want. Render. All right, so that is a half render, but that is the difference between a spotlight. You point it around and it's super fun and not difficult. It's difficult. It's hard to get pointing in the right direction. Point light is quite easy. You just got to make sure you zoom out and actually find it on the map. Okay, you might have to try around with the different views just to figure out where it is in the world. And I can see mine there. There's my little point light. Move it to where I want it to be. Up, down, left, right. I can adjust how bright it is, how fluffy the shadows are, whether it has shadows at all. Or you can use the infinite light, okay, which is more like you just play around with the direction it's hitting things. It's all cast from the same angle. Go to my red option 2, zoom in. It's just a nice, simple light. Or you might turn that off and use just the environment light. Or it's just kind of a generic fill. Things refract and bounce around and fill things. There's a bit of contrast. Okay, and there's shadows cast. But it's a bit more like real life-ish. Or you can turn them all on. Have them all battling for supremacy. and all kind of oversaturating each other. Let's render that. Wow, that's bright. All lights working together as one. All right, so that's going to be it for lights. Let's get into the last video where we look at rendering for our final production. Okay, so we've got everything we like. We've got the shadows how we want, the materials, the angle, the depth of field. How do we like export this? We don't really export it. What you do is you render it and then don't change anything. I'll show you what I mean. First thing I want to do is I want to crank up my preferences. We turned them down in a previous video. So under Photoshop Preferences Performance, nope, 3D. It's under Edit, Preferences 3D on a PC. Now what you'll find is cranking this up to like maximum of everything is actually just going to take a zillion years to render. If you're okay with that, let's see how long this is going to take. Let's hit our render. Now rendering is all the buttons plus R. It's this shortcut here, or you can just click on this. Okay, or you can click on this option here. Zoom render. Yours will just say render, come halfway through mine. Under 3D though, there's an option that says render, lots and lots of rendering. Let's just see how long it's going to be at full noise of an image that's only 1500 pixels across. You can see down here, time remaining, it's going to be about 14 hours. 13 hours, it's a bit jumpy at the beginning here, but you are going to get the most perfect render that you're probably not going to need. Okay, so you've got to decide what the balance is. A really good balance is under preferences is probably something like 3D. So shadow quality is going to be high, and the quality threshold is going to be about, the 456 is fine, looks good. If you find there's some noise that you don't like, okay, you might come back in here and increase it up, but up around 10 is just way too hardcore. Even for like finished final work, 5 is going to look just good. Okay, so I'm going to render now, and you have the benefit of me speeding this up, so we'll just see how long this one's going to take, and I'll see you when it's done. I'm going to go get a coffee. All right, I'm back. Didn't make a coffee, I made pot noodles. It's grim, nothing here in the office. But we've done our render. Now, I want this to not look, like I want to get rid of this 3D stuff it's rendered. The trick is don't move anything. What you want to do is go back to your layers panel and just click off that layer. And that's it. You just got a file that's ready to be used. You can import this into InDesign or Illustrator, but it feels a bit weird because you've still got access to the 3D stuff. I know I do. So sometimes I just want a JPEG. So I'm going to go to File. I'm going to go to Save As. I'm going to save mine on my desktop. I'm going to call this one Rad even. And actually you're going to be a JPEG. Click Save. And click OK. And hopefully on my desktop, I've got Rad. There he is. And yep, that is a high quality version of Rad. Let's say you plan on going in and back and working with the 3D type. What you might do is click on this layer here, do a select all, copy, and just paste it. Then you've got a version of this that's, I moved over a little bit, okay, but then you've got a version of this that's actually just flat. There's no 3D about it. You can turn it off, so you can come back in here and go and mess with the 3D again. 3D panel, current view, mess about with it. And potentially now you can go and re-render it. If you weren't happy with the render you got before, you can go in back into here and just increase the quality threshold. I felt like mine was fine, but let's say you're having problems with maybe artifacts with, say you went with the glass option and you just weren't happy with the realism of the glass, you can crank up the quality threshold and hit render again. Maybe you do it before you go to bed or just before you go to lunch and you're happy with a 1 hour render. But because we did a copy and paste back in here in the layers, we can always go back to that one and maybe compare it against our new render, all in the one file. All right, so that's going to be the end of our 3D experience. Now there is a lot more to 3D than what I've shown you here. We just covered the basics. We covered making things 3D, either by converting it into a postcard or like here, where we extruded the text. We looked at changing the materials. Then we looked at using the cameras to our advantage. Okay, so setting and saving these different views and playing with the depth of field. We looked at lighting and the shadows, and we looked at exporting just now. All right, so that's going to be it for our introduction to 3D in Photoshop. I hope you found it useful. Let's get on to the next part of the tutorial series. It's class project time. We're gonna make some 3D stuff. I'm happy for you to use your own images, or you can use the one I've supplied. So in your 15 3D folder, there's a class project folder. There's a background graphic you can use. That'll be the one you turn into a postcard and smush with this one here that you can extrude as 3D text. Okay, so this one here, just import, file import, like we did the Twitter logo in the set of videos before, and extrude it, or you can create your own graphic or use your own text. It's totally up to you. Then I want you to experiment with colors, materials, angles, the depth of field, the lighting, and when you're finished, render it all out and share it with me. Depending on your computer, I've given you a document size, okay? It's kind of standard video size, 1920 pixels across by 1080 pixels high, but you can make that smaller if you're finding it a little bit hard to render it. Just kind of work with it in any sort of sense. When you're finished, I'd love to see what you do. You might try a few different ones and send me all of them. Maybe make a little montage of 3 or 4 different angles, different colors, different materials. I'd love to see what you make. And it'd be really good practice. 3D is a tough one. Hope you enjoy the new experience. All right, on to the next video. Hi there, are you ready to fake 3D? The last video, we learned how to do it properly. In this video, we're gonna use a cheap trick. You don't need a 3D compatible version of Photoshop. You just need a paintbrush, a gradient, and a word to write. We'll even fake in some shadows. Can you see in the background there? Fake shadows. All right, let's learn how to do a fake version in Photoshop. All right, to get started, let's open up Fake 3D from our 15 3D folder. This background is just a pretty background. It's not going to have any influence on the 3D-ness of what we're doing. Next thing we need to do is down the bottom here, grab the rectangle tool, hold it down until we get the ellipse tool. This ellipse needs to have the gradient we want to use, so it's probably going to have a normal fill. So click on fill at the top here and click on gradient. We're not too worried about the colors at the moment. Click this first one, this black versus white. We're going to go and change it in a second. And draw out a circle. I'm holding down the shift key so that when I drag this out, it's a perfect circle. How big should it be? Basically, it's how big you want the largest part of your kind of 3D text. You saw mine didn't get too big, so that's fine. It can be smaller, it can be bigger. All right, let's change the gradient. With the ellipse selected, my properties panel here, I'm going to click on the color, and I'm going to double click these bottom houses. You could pick one of the default ones, that would work. I'm going to jump out to gradient because I love stealing colors from these guys. I'm going to use the page 2 option. Where are you? Page 3 even, this one here. Okay, so I'm gonna add 3 little points. Let's click on the little color, grab the hexadecimal number, click on this, double click this first icon, paste it in down the bottom here, jump back out. Thank you, gradient. I'm gonna add this middle one by just clicking anywhere in this kind of bottom part. It just appears magically. Actually, I kind of like it with the orange. No, I'm gonna stick to the original. I'm just gonna leave the orange. Crazy Dan. Thinking for your gradient self. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this layer. I'm gonna click it and hit Command J. I'm gonna turn this off. I want this kind of editable shape for later on because this tool's not gonna work if this is a lovely live shape. So what we have to do is right click ellipse 1 and go to rasterize layer, destroying all the good updatableness to it, but it means this technique is actually gonna work. Okay, so what we need to do is we need something called the mixer brush. So it's hiding underneath your brush tool. Hold it down, grab the mixer brush. All right, first thing you need to do is this little drop down here. You need to turn this off. It's gonna be on by default. Let's turn off load solid colors only because we want to steal a gradient. And along here, we want to set the wetness down to 0, the load up to 100%. And let's get the hardness of this brush. Okay, so I'm just gonna click on the general brushes and use this hard rounded one. The first thing we need to do is we need the brush size to be bigger than our ellipse here. So make your brush just bigger than what you need it to be. Because what we're going to do is we're going to hold down the Option key on a Mac or the Alt key on a PC to set this as a target. We're going to say U. Yours is probably not going to work because it's going to say sample all layers. So it's going to grab my background as well as this. Look up here. So with it on, it grabs too much. Background plus my ellipse. I want to say actually just sample the layer that I'm on. Okay, which is this. So this is where it's going to steal from. I'm going to lower my brush size to kind of what I want to use to draw with. We're going to create our own layer. This one's going to be my 3D type layer. Actually, you're not allowed to call it 3D. It's 2.5D. Fake 3D. All right, so let's get started. I'm going to draw Terrible type with my mouse. So we're kind of there. It's doing kind of what we want. Let's undo that. I'll leave it there. We'll turn it off. Let's make another layer. What you can do to make it look a little nicer than... Actually, that came out all right. Gotta move fast. But let's say you want to smooth it out. You can go up to this cog icon. Actually, if you can't see this thing here, it's smoothing. You might have to turn it on in your brush settings. So go to Window and down to Brush Settings and just turn smoothing on if it's not already. Okay, and it just means that I get to say, it doesn't have to be 100%, but if I crank it up to about 70, when I draw that same word, it's a bit slower, but it's averaging out my movements and things are looking a whole lot nicer. 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 I'm going to draw it again. Spend my time. Why am I using the word queen? I like the word Q in 3D and I don't know. And that's definitely queen. That was meant to be an E. All right, I'm going to redo my E. E. Oh man. So bad. I'm going to get my Wacom tablet out in a second and I'm going to show you how awesome it is with the tablet. All right, that'll do. Okay, so smoothing helps, but really this effect works great with one of two things. We're going to use a Wacom tablet now, and in the next video, we will look at using paths. What is a Wacom tablet? It is that pen you draw with. Okay, it acts as a mouse, but you get to hold it like a pen. I've plugged mine in now. I guess I'm reluctant to do this whole course with a Wacom tablet, even though retouching is really handy with one of these. Not everyone has one. But let's look at the perk of using it with this particular tool. So I've created a new layer. This is going to be my Wacom version. I use the Wacom Intuos Pro, the medium size one. I like it. Good size, works really well. So now I'm using the pen. I'm going to pick a brush size, probably that is a chunk bigger. Yeah. Other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my smoothing down to 0, mainly because I'm reasonably good doing it with just the pen. You can see it's pretty smooth. You can turn on smoothing maybe just a little bit, but now I'm drawing with a pen. I'm gonna try and do a nice one. Q, nope, Q. And you can see what's really nice about it is that the size of the brush changes depending on how hard you push. So now I'm probably gonna do a zillion attempts at trying to make the word queen again. Oh, the N is the last one. I'm running out of room. I'm going to grab my layer and just kind of move it across. So close. Oh, I can't finish it. That'll do. Nope. All right. It's close enough. But you can see how nice it is when you are using just a tablet, just to do like little dots and little things and... Okay, ruining it. Cool. All right. What we will do to add a little bit more realism to this before we go, I'm going to switch back to my mouse. What I'm going to do is with this layer selected, I'm going to add a drop shadow. Yeah, that all looks good. And click OK. Remember, what I want to do is right-click drop shadow and create layer. Thank you very much. And it just means this drop shadow is now on its own layer. What I'm going to do is maybe get it to, I'm not sure how much. I'm going to break it into half at least. I'm going to grab you, copy, actually cut it. So edit, cut it, edit, paste. So I've got kind of two halves. Why? Because I want to use this fold in the floor. So let's work on the top half first. I'll turn the bottom half off. And that's kind of what I want to do, right? I want it to look like the light's coming from up here and kind of sticking it against the back wall. Then with this layer, okay, the bottom chunk, I want it to line up. Using my arrow keys just to make sure it lines up. And then I'm going to go to Edit, Transform, and I'm going to use the Perspective option. I'm just going to kind of try and do something like that. So it looks like it's kind of going across the floor. Drag it out a little bit. Turn. Yeah, it's kind of working okay. All right, I might have to play with it a little bit more. I'm happy enough with it. And what we're going to do is play around the blending modes. both of these. What I might do is find a blending mode that works for this one. So multiply, let's look at something else a bit more believable. That's kind of nice, soft light. And maybe just lower the opacity of soft light as well. And I'll do the same for this one. You, my friend, are soft light, and I'm gonna lower the opacity. Probably even a little bit lower. It's super subtle, it's helping a little bit. All right, so you make a circle, add a gradient, make sure it's rasterized, use the mixer brush, sample that ellipse, and then paint it on its own layer. If you tie it in with a tablet, like a Wacom tablet, you can do some nicer stuff where it's not just one kind of thickness. All right, let's get into the next video. We're gonna do a very similar thing, but we're going to use paths instead. Things like the pen tool. All right, I'll see you in a sec. All right, in this video, we're gonna do something similar to what we did in the last one, except we're gonna use paths in this case. Gives us a bit more control, especially if you understand how the pen tool works. And plus, we'll work out how to interlock these things as well. Why 38? Because that's how many birthdays I've had. And they interlock really good. All right, let's get started. Okay, to get started, I'm just using that same background. I'm actually using the same file as before. I've just turned everything off. I'm gonna make a new layer. This one's going to be my 3D using paths, 2.5D. So for this to work, we need a path. Paths are created using any of these tools. If you are a master of the pen tool, use the pen tool. If you have done my Illustrator course and you're loving the curvature tool, use that one. If you have no idea what any of these do, grab the freehand pen tool. And this is allowing us to draw paths or lines, but freehand. So undone, just make sure up the top here it's set to path and not shape. And if you want it, you can see it says curve fit. I think by default it's at 4. I can't even remember what the default is. But it goes up to a maximum of 10. It's just gonna like smooth out your drawing. If it's at 0 or 1, it's not gonna be very smooth. And I'm drawing, you saw at the beginning there, 38. It's my age. And it just so happens that they kind of interlock nicely. Where I really want to grab the pen tool. All right, I can't do it. You can use the freehand pen tool. I'm using the curvature tool because it draws sweet curves. This is the super quick introduction. Click once again. It just gives you a line, but you click a third time, and it's a curve. Click out here again, it's a wiggle. Maybe one more time, a couple more times. And if I want to turn that into a corner, I hold down the Option key and give it a click, and it goes from a curve to a corner. Sweet curve, huh? So I've got my path, freehand tool or the pen tool or the curvature tool. And I'm gonna go to paths, and that's what I need. Now by default, a path kind of disappears when you stop working with it, unless you give it a name. So double click the word work path, and this is my 3, just so I can come back to them later on. Now in the path panel, if you can't see paths, it's under window, and there it is there. Okay, what you can do is right click any of this gray area and say, I'd like you to make a stroke on this path, please. From the options, I want to use the mixer brush tool. And if you haven't already, you need to go back to the previous tutorial to create the ellipse, set the target, get that mixer brush tool all set up. We're not going to cover that again. And just turn on simulate pressure. Now what it's going to do is, cool, huh? This is a way of getting around if you don't have a Wacom tablet and you want it to be nice and smooth. If yours doesn't look anything like this, there are a couple of things that might be wrong. I'm going to undo. The easiest thing to check is copy my mixer brush. So I'm going to go to my mixer brush there. I'm going to open up my mixer brush settings. Under shape dynamics, just make sure pen pressure is used. Smoothing doesn't have to be on, but definitely pen pressure. And along the top here, you can copy the settings that I've got. If you're finding where it gets kind of around the bend, it gets all kind of jagged, a couple of things you might do to fix that is go to brush tip shape and change the spacing down to like 1 or 2%. The higher it is, the more kind of jagged they are. That might fix it. If it doesn't, it probably means your original source, the thing we made in the last video, this guy here, isn't big enough. You've made a really small ellipse and you're trying to stretch it really big. And Photoshop is just kind of smushing it around the place. The other thing we're going to do, just because it's kind of cool, under the shape dynamics, we're going to say there is a minimum diameter. Can you see the edges here? Because that one that I did had really pointy ends of the 3. Let's have a little look and compare them. So I've got one layer, go to my paths, right click, stroke path, mixer brush, all good. Simulate pressure is going to put pointy ends. But what I want to do is make another layer. I'll turn that one off, go back to my paths. But before I go and add the stroke, I'm going to say it's got a minimum diameter. Can you see there? It's going to have that's as small as the line's going to get. It's not going to be pointy anymore. Stroke path. Depends on what you're looking for. All right, let's go through it one more time from the top. I'm going to make a new layer. I'm going to grab my curvature tool and I'm going to draw my 8. Make sure it's on path, and I'm going to say I want you to start kind of there. Move down here. Have a curvature tool, just clicking, nothing held down, no dragging. There, and there. Great for doing figure eights from Infinity Designs. If you're not happy with the final result, you can jump into this white arrow here, the direct selection tool. Hold down the path selection, grab this, click any of the anchor points, and you can make adjustments to kind of get it more how you want. I'm happy enough with it. I lie. It's been ages fiddling around with that. That'll do. That's enough. Okay, one more. Nope. Oh. I think it was better before I started touching it. Anyway, I want to move the whole thing. So we're going to grab the path selection tool, grab any of the edges and just move it up. I've got my own layer. I'm going to go to paths, and I've done it totally wrong. All of this has been smushed onto one layer. So what I'm going to do is select it, cut it, new path, paste it, so it's on its own path layer. This one's going to be the 8. So you should do that first. Make a new layer, come into paths, make a new path, then start drawing the 8. Do as I say, not as I do. So with 8 selected, I'm going to stroke the path, mix a brush. You can see it's starting wherever I started. So if I was going to do it again, I'd probably start doing my path at the top here because it looks kind of weird this way, but it will do. So to get rid of this line in the center here, just click anywhere out of the path, go back to layers. And what I want to do is get them to interlock. One goes over the top, one goes underneath. Actually, I'm going to grab my move tool and maybe rotate it around a bit. Look at this. Oh, so bad. I'm rotating it around so I can hide this little join here. And I want to do two things. I want that to go underneath and this to go above. So I need a version of this, the 8. So I'm going to duplicate it. And I need one above and one below the 3. There we go. 3 sandwich. The top one, I want to add a layer mask. I'm going to grab my brush tool, make sure the foreground color is set to black, painting on the mask, and I'm just going to paint this bit out. Makes it really easy to do this kind of interlocking thing. As long as there's one at the top, one at the bottom, and you just mask the one at the top. All right, so there's how to do our fake 3D interlocking path 38. I will see you in the next tutorial. Hello, it is time for your project. Using the techniques we learned in the previous 2 videos, you can either hand draw it or you can use the path option. I'd like you to create your own text. It can be a name, could be your age like me, favorite food, random word like queen because you like the shape of it. Now in your 15 3D folder, there's a class project folder, and I've given you 2 backgrounds that you can use, up to you. You can find other ones on Unsplash or Pixel, or it can just be a plain background, maybe a gradient. But use the techniques you've learned, create something and send it to me. Share it with everybody, either the assignments on this page, the comments, or share it with me on social media. Remember, on Instagram, I am Bring Your Own Laptop, and on Twitter, I am Dan Loves Adobe. Show me what you've made, and let's get on to the next video. Hi there, this video is all about mock-ups. We're going to take artwork that we've done throughout the course and mock them up in different ways. And we're going to do it the super easy way. The easy way as in Adobe have given us these templates already. They're really sophisticated. You just add your graphics. You can see there's the UI from earlier. Add our logos. And magically the mock-up gets added to our glasses case and even trifold brochures, wine bottles. They're all ready to go for us. They're going to take seconds to update. Let's jump in now, take a look how to get these things going. All right, to get started, we need to find these mockups. They're hidden under the Creative Cloud app. On a Mac, it's an icon up the top here, and if you're on a PC, it's in the bottom right. And what you'll find is, it'll look like this probably. Go to Assets, go to Market, and you'll get these kind of free, mostly icons, but some mockups. You won't have access to this if you are using an early version of Photoshop, so maybe CS6. You also won't have access to it if you have potentially what's called a machine license. So if you're working in a big university and you don't have your own kind of like personal login, like I log into Creative Cloud with my own like email address, Some larger institutions get a cheaper version, but it doesn't come with this kind of like personalized libraries awesomeness. So check with your IT department to see whether you do have that and they just haven't given you the login, or whether you just don't have access to it. Also, if you have a hacked, stolen version, it's probably not going to work either. If you don't have a working version, I've downloaded one for you and put it in the exercise files. So if you find the 16 mockups, there's one in there called, where are you friends? Mockup poster. That's one we'll do first. I'm not going to include everything from this tutorial just because the file sizes are really big. All right, so to find our mockups, Creative Cloud App, Assets, Market, and just click on this little search icon and type in mockup. Really, well, you get different results if you put a space in there. I know mockup's one word. Well, I don't know it's one word. I spelled it wrong earlier, and it didn't get very good results. But you get different results. So type in mockup, and then you'll see just amazing amount of ready to go mockups. And what's really cool about it is, let's click on this one here. It's a PSD, so it's going to have all sorts of layers and coolness that we can easily replace using something called Smart Objects. So click download, put it into one of your libraries. I've already done a couple. Once it's downloaded, you'll see like this little icon will change and look like it's busy doing something. To open it up, Photoshop likes to start in this kind of like welcome screen. You can just go to Window and open up your libraries. So here's the one I've downloaded. Just double click it and it'll open up in Photoshop. You can see here, super layer awesomeness. And what most people do, they're not all designed by the same person, but there's often a layer that says replace me, and often it's got a color. If you too want to make a colored layer, you can just right click any layer and just give it a color. Anyway, so what we want to do is double click it because it's a smart object. It opens up in its own little tab, and now we just get to replace it. So what I'm going to do is go File, Place Embedded, and go, and in your exercise files, we've got one under mockups called Poster. Just something we made earlier. Use your own version. You don't have to use this. Okay, I'm making it bigger so it covers the whole poster. And I might quickly make a white border around because I like that from the original. So I'm just going to draw a box. Weirdly, if you draw a rectangle, right, with up here, it's got no fill and it's got a stroke of, I want it to be bigger, maybe 40. When you initially drag it out, it doesn't snap to the edges, but once you transform it, so Control T on my Mac, or Command T on a Mac, Control T on a PC, and it will snap to the edges after that. So just drag it out. All right, save it, close that down, and magic, just updates the mockup. The cool thing about this particular mockup, it has lots of things you can turn on and off. You might not like the lighting, or let's say you don't like the lighting, you don't like the folds either. You prefer the shine, some sort of kind of glassy reflection, or there's a kind of a glassy wobbly version. You can decide which one you like. I think I like the folds. Have a look through, see what else is done. There's a different kind of shadow, like an extra double one that the designer of this decided like, don't want it, maybe give them the option of it. And blurred background, it's kind of cool. In there is another version of your smart object with some Gaussian blur, and it's kind of faded out in the background. Very cool. All right, let's look at some other mockups. So in my libraries panel, I've got this one here for, it's an iPhone 6 mockup, it's a little old. But the mockup itself is pretty amazing, right? So in here, there's a bunch of stuff. There's a white version, there's a black version. Basically, all you need to do is place your image here. So double click it to go inside. And I'll show you two ways that I get my kind of UI designs in here, either an app design or say a mobile website design. We're gonna open up a file from earlier, file open. And in your 14 web folder, remember this guy we used earlier on, web design example? I'm gonna open them up. Okay, and you can copy and paste everything from this artboard. It's probably easier just to select on the artboard by clicking the name at the top using the move tool. Then go to File, let's go to Export, and I'm gonna export to PDF. You can export to files, which gives you JPEGs and PNGs. PDF is gonna at least retain some of the vector. Okay, I've used lots of type and vector shapes in here, so PDF is gonna retain those. Either. Where's it gonna go? I'm gonna stick it on my very messy desktop. You guys have done this to me. I like to keep my desktop nice and clean, but I started dumping it here. I can't stop. All right, we're gonna call this one Mobile UI, Mobile UI. This option here finally comes into play, Export Selected Artboards. Just the one I had selected in here, and I want to make sure all of that's like that. Click Run. Thank you, Photoshop. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to go to File. I'm going to go Place Linked. Why? It just means that often I'm this is not a finished app. It's a design, like the version 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you link it, it means you can update that file and it will update in your mockup. So on my desktop, it's called Mobile UI. Place, it's wrong size, zoom out loads. Drag it down, zoom in. Return, save that file, yes please, back into here. Ah, look at that. Cool, huh? So when you have updates, you need to change it, you can just go to here, you can right click. You can either just update the PDF, and in here it will update, or you can right click and just relink to a different file. How efficient are we? Black phone. Oh, so cool. One thing I'll show you is how to get your designs from, say, something like Adobe XD. Adobe XD is, I've got a course on this. It's just for mocking up, especially websites and apps, because it allows you to do what Photoshop does in terms of the mocking up, but it also allows you to add interactivity for testing. Super cool. So what you can do, if it's relatively the right size, you can just click on the artboard name and copy it and just paste it straight up into the mockup. The problem is it's the wrong size and it's not vector. Okay, so what you can do is click on the artboard name, File, Export, and go Export Selected. We end up at the exact same place. Except this one here, you want it to be format, it can be anything. PDF again is going to keep the vector, so is SVG. But do whatever feels good. All right, back to Photoshop. All right, I'm going to close those down. What I want to do is show you another really cool example. This is glasses case. Okay, it's another one I've downloaded from the Adobe Market. And look how good and detailed that is. So in my layers panel here, go away libraries, there's glasses case, not as well laid out. One thing you can do is if you find you open up a mockup and there's stuff everywhere and you're like, oh, what do I update? Often just click on this icon here. Remember, we can sort all my layers to only show me smart objects. Then it'll often only show me the things that need replacing. Okay, all of it, or smart objects. Replace me. Here we go. Let's double click them. I'm going to bring in my logo, file, place, embedded. And in your exercise files, there is, under 16 mockups, there is a logo that I'm making at the moment. It's just an Illustrator file. Click OK. It's just a black and white logo. Because it's vector though, hopefully. Hit return. I'm going to bin that one there. Save it. Click in here. How cool is that? I am very impressed with this mockup. Like, it looks like it's been embossed in there. So cool. All right, what else we got? I'll show you just two more, but it's basically all doing the same thing. I've got it under, I was using it for another project. Where are you, my library? There's this one, Trifold Brochure. Okay, so you've designed it, say, in Illustrator or InDesign. You can replace the logo and it will end up in the right place. The whole thing's being mocked up so you can lay it into these. My wine bottle, okay, same thing here. There is a replace me layer. You can double click, go in. Click OK, save it, save it even, come back and it's all mocked up nice. Now, there are loads of cool mockups in the Adobe Market. It's growing all the time, but sometimes it's just not the angle you want or just not doing it for you. So the other place to go is something like a stock library site. So I use a mixture of Shutterstock, iStock, and Adobe Stock. There are different things on different ones. I'm using Adobe Stock more and more because it's tied in so nicely, like you saw in this course. You can see how I just typed in magazine mockup or magazine blank. The trouble is you're not going to get PSDs, so you're going to have to mock these up yourself afterwards, and we'll do that in the next video to show you how to set it up like the people have done for that Adobe Market. You can see in here, there's just a lot of examples. So either blank, whatever you're looking for, blank or mockup. So hopefully you can find something in the Adobe Market or a stock library site and mock it up yourself. And that's what we'll do in the next video. I'll show you how to set up your mockup. You might be having a really special thing that you want for your agency or for your student portfolio. Or maybe it's your products, okay? So you've got a special kind of packaging. You can photograph it and we'll show you how to mock it up so you can save time every time, not having to kind of move it all around. All right, let's go do that now. Hi there, this video is all about doing our own mockups. We're going to start with our blank magazine, add our own graphics, add some shadows and some highlights. What's really cool about it is that we get to easily update it, save it, and in our mockup, look at that, magically updates, bends around. Let's work through that process now. All right, to get started, let's go to 16 mockups and open up magazine blank. So this is one I've got from a stock library site. What we need to do now is mock up our design like you saw at the beginning there. First up, let's import our mockup. So our mockup, I'm gonna go and place embedded. In your exercise files under 16, this is the spread. If you've done my InDesign course, this is one of the things we make in there. So what we'll do is we'll use magazine spread 1 PDF. So I just exported this from InDesign as a PDF. I'm gonna hit place, click OK. Size-wise, probably needs to be a little bit smaller and hit enter. So first thing we need to do is, it's a smart object, right? We can see the little icon, we've got used to it now, but we need to make it another smart object or rasterize the layer. Right click, rasterize. Why? Because edit, transform, we need these options to work and they don't work straight after that import. So I'm going to right click it and say, you are again a smart object. Nothing really changes except edit, transform, and we want this one called warp. Weird, I know. So now we're going to spend our time moving this around and jiggling it to try and get it to fit this magazine. And I guess the thing to note is that because we're using a smart object, when we do get it into position, we spend our 10 minutes or half an hour getting this thing looking perfect. It means next time we can just use that smart object, update it like we did in the last video, and life is quick and good. I spent ages when I worked at an agency. Before I learned any of this stuff, I was maybe about 10 years ago. I spent ages. One of my jobs was to mock up all the work from the agency and stick it up on our website using different kind of, trying to make it look real without actually having to photograph the actual magazines laid out. Man, I would have saved some time every time. Started from scratch. All right, so I'm going to work my way through this. You can hang around or just skip ahead a few minutes. Or you can watch. The trick is with these lines here, if you are hanging around, is you're getting the edges first. So just get the edges rough. Don't spend ages getting the edges. You can see I'm not zoomed in yet. I'm just kind of getting it rough because there's a lot of, can you see this inside bit needs a bit of work. And you can just click and drag the inside and there's a little bit of fudging. You're watching the lines, but you're also looking at your artwork. You can see there, this is just a mixture of both, grabbing the handles, but also dragging the inside just to get it to look right. I feel like that's pretty good. Now I can spend a bit more time zooming in just to get these edges overlapping nicely. All right, I'm happy with it. Once you're happy with it, hit return. So that's pretty cool. Let's add a couple of extra bits just to make it look a little bit more believable. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab a new layer. This is going to be my shadow layer. I'm gonna grab my brush tool. I'm gonna pick a big fuzzy brush. The opacity is going to be at 30%, and I want my foreground color to be black. And I'm clicking once at the top here, clicking another time down the bottom. How big is that? It's probably a little too big. The opacity of this brush, 40% maybe. You can always lower it down, right? So I'm gonna have it actually get into this fold here. And maybe a second one that's a bit smaller. Kind of build it up into that corner there. Now the trouble is it's going all over the edges. So what you can do is you can make the shadow layer clip to the layer underneath. The long way is under layer and you can create clipping mask. That works. Or undoing it and just holding down the option key and clicking between the two, or the alt key on a PC, and it just clips the shadow to the magazine spread. Let's do another one. This one here is going to be the highlights. Same thing as before, except I'm using white as my foreground color. Maybe X just toggles white, the white and the black. So clicking once, holding shift, clicking again, just kind of runs it through. It's way too big. And the opacity I'm going to turn down. You can have it up. I'll keep mine at 40% because what I want to do is maybe just lower the opacity. Actually, I might not lower the opacity. I might use a layer mode. Okay. I'm just going to cycle through them until I find, oh, that looks good. Soft light. Just a nice subtle one. Same thing, hold down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on a PC, and they can both clip to the magazine spread. So we've done our mock-up, it looks good, and then we have to come back next month to lay it out again. What we can do is just double click on the smart object. Come in here, and I'm just going to file place the magazine spread 2. Thank you very much. Hit return, save. Oh, how cool is that? So we spent a little bit of time fixing it up. I might have to work on the shine. It kind of looks like the magazine's bent a little bit with my not very subtle shadow. Okay, so I might look at redoing those. But I hope you can see it doesn't take super long to kind of mock up your own version, your own custom stuff. Something that relates to you. You might be working for a company that doesn't do magazines. It might be boxes or packaging or ebooks or something that you want to mock up once, spend the time, but then be able to update it real quick later on. All right, so we've done a magazine spread. You could do a box, you could do a wine glass, it could be a jar, anything you like. Just make sure that when you bring in your smart object, okay, or go file place, make sure that once it's in, you've got to convert it into a smart object again so that we get all the cool transform settings. All right, let's get into the next mockup video. Hi there, this video we're going to learn some techniques to make this mockup. There's not really a special like just add mockup button. So we kind of build it out of some blurry triangles and some drop shadows, some more triangles, just a big rectangle, and it looks pretty believable. All right, so let's work through how to make this now in Photoshop. All right, let's get started. We're gonna create a new document. Use anything you like, maybe print. I'm gonna use US letter, do a landscape, click create. Let's bring in the image that we wanna mock up. I'm gonna mock up, so I'm gonna go to File, Place Embedded. I'm going to use one from your exercise files called mockups. It's called RAD. Remember our RAD type poster? I'm going to mock that up. Okay, probably need to do a bigger version of it. All right, first up, we're going to pick a background color. Easiest way to color the background is to pick a color. So foreground color, double click it here, slide through, find a color that you want to work with. I want something like that. And then hold down the Option backspace key. If you're on a PC, it's Alt backspace. Now this video here, there's nothing like special about it. It's using tools that we've used before, but I know sometimes it's easier to see somebody else do it and you're like, oh yeah. So I guess that's what we're doing here. It's nothing like phenomenally amazing that you've never seen before. It's just different combinations of it. So we're gonna kind of fake the tabletop. So we're gonna use the rectangle tool. I'm gonna pick a color that's just slightly lighter than what I had before. So just dragging it a little bit this way. I'm going to give it the fill color of that, and the stroke is going to have no stroke. We just need to have it so the table is just a little bit underneath our image, so it looks like this poster sitting on top. And I'm totally not happy with that color. Okay, so I'm going to click on it, go back to the original, click on this little rainbow thing here, and lighten it up. Lighten it up is getting too pink for me, so what I'm gonna do is with the background, I'm gonna change that color. Darken that up. All right, I think I'm not happy with the color still, but we can change that later on using hue and saturation, right? So ignoring my terrible color choices, let's use the pen tool. So even if you have never used the pen tool before, what we're gonna do is draw out a black. So we're going to make sure pen tool, we switch it to shape. We're going to pick a fill color of black. Don't have that layer selected. I'm going to undo. Let's click off into no man's land. This means I've got no layers selected. Now if I use the pen tool and I go to fill and I go to black, it's not going to recolor the thing I had selected. So fill, no stroke. And I'm going to draw a triangle that kind of starts there. Comes down past the back of the table, comes way in here as well. Don't try and run it up the edge. You'll end up seeing the edges of the triangle when we blur it. Cool. I want it to be behind the table. And now I just want to blur it. You can use any kind of blur. So this is going to be blur top. The blur that I find most useful is under blur gallery, and it's called the iris blur. It says I'm going to convert it to a smart object. Thank you very much. You end up in this own little world. And Iris Blur is cool. What happens is you've got a kind of like a center that's not blurry. Okay, and as it goes out, can you see it gets blurrier and blurrier? So what I want to do is have it, I want the whole thing blurry. So I kind of want to find, maybe put this here and just rearrange the edges here by clicking and dragging them to find something that I like. You can rotate it as well by grabbing any of these dots. So this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something that's sharper, so blurry, but not super blurry. As it gets down, it gets blurrier and blurrier and blurrier. What you can also do is drag this around to extreme it up a little bit. Come in a bit, even blurrier. Move it around. All right, I'm happy with that. I'm gonna click OK. All right, we edited out how long that took. This thing was spinning for a while doing the blur, just in case yours is doing it as well. Next thing I want to do is, it depends, we've got a straight color so we can just play around with the opacity just to get it down to where we want. You might find though that if you've got, say, a textured background, you might want to play with different blending modes to get it to blend nicely with the background. Let's say we're happy with that. Let's do the other triangle here on the table. Similar process, just one little extra change. So pen tool, we're gonna go past and over the table. Okay, so the pen tool is we're just clicking once. And remember, make sure it comes back into here, because if you blur it on the edges here, you start seeing the kind of lighter pink coming through. All right, so I want it in front of the table and I want to blur it, filter. Blur gallery is not working. I got to go back to my move tool because I'm halfway through building it with the pen tool. It didn't like that. So filter, blur gallery now, go to iris blur, convert it to a smart object. Thank you. I'm going to crank up the outside. Instead of dragging this around, you can just drag it over here. You can see if I drag it up, it's sliding. I feel like the front guy needs to be less blurry. Okay. Then this wafty thing at the back here. And then, again, just dragging it around to position it where it's a little blurry at the beginning, but quite blurry out the outside. Click OK. That worked a whole lot faster. And to make this one work, we need to, I'm going to twirl that up just so you can see a bit easier. We're going to clip this to the background here. We've done that a few times now. Remember holding Option and just find the gap in between and give it a click. On a PC, it's Alt. You are so getting sick of me explaining every single shortcut every single time, aren't you? I know, but it's repetition. Some people just need it a million times. I hope you're not offended. And now it's lowering the opacity to something that at least believable. I feel like it should be lighter than the background. Just play around with it. I don't know, what do you think? Something else I might do is I want there to be a little bit of a gradient coming out from behind this table. So I'm gonna make a new layer just above it. Actually, just behind it. This is gonna be my gradient. I'm going to grab my gradient tool. I'm gonna use my foreground color as black. And I'm gonna use this second option in here that goes black to transparent. And what we do is we click, hold, and drag to kind of add a gradient. Now, if you hold shift while you drag it, it goes perfect straight lines. Okay, so holding shift, click and drag down past here. And then I'm gonna lower the opacity, just tapping my number keys on my keyboard. Okay, I'm on my move tool, and it's just gonna give me a bit of a shadow. All right, if there wasn't enough shadows, I'm going to give this a kind of a white frame, just for no reason. Okay, with this layer selected, effects, I'm gonna add a stroke. Now stroke, yours is probably set to center. I can't remember what it is by default, but inside's gonna give you a nice crisp edge. Decide on how thick you want it. While I'm also here, I'm gonna add a drop shadow. What kind of drop shadow? Not that big or that fuzzy. I just want like a little baby one. Can you see what I'm doing there? Lower the opacity. Preview on, preview off. Actually, let's click OK. Let's just turn the shadow on and off. Just a little thing, so it's got a little bit of, I don't know, something going on the bottom there. You can never have too many drop shadows. And that is our mock-up fake. Cool thing about this, remember, it's a smart object, we can update it. But yeah, it is nothing special or new, but just kind of, I guess, combining the things we've learned in a different kind of project, which I think can be helpful. All right, let's get into a different mock-up technique in the next video. Hi there, this video is all about mocking up a UI app design. It's a nice simple one. We're gonna scale these guys down, which is not exciting, but we'll add a convincing blur, on, off, on. We'll reduce the background levels. We'll add a drop shadow that only affects the background UI options. It's pretty easy to do. Let's learn the techniques now in Photoshop. All right, to get started, let's go to print. So file new, print. We're using US letter. We're gonna use landscape, and that's gonna work for me. I'm gonna color the background in a gradient. So I'm gonna click on my gradient tool, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make sure my foreground color is one kind of gray, and then the background color is a different or darker gray. Is that good enough? Yep, I'm gonna use a radial. Yeah, I'm gonna use a radial gradient. Click, hold, and drag, and it's gonna work for me. Just a real subtle gradient anyway. Let's bring in the different UI mockups. These were made in Adobe XD. Just simple shapes and letters. Place embedded. Under exercise files, under mockups. Now I'm going to show you using that file place embedded. You can't pick more than one. Yeah. Okay, so what I tend to do is I have this open. Okay, this works on a Mac and a PC. You just got to have your Finder window open or your window open in Windows. Find your files, grab these three and just dump them in there. Hit return, hit return, hit return. It just gets them all in there at the same time. Plus they're all smart objects, which is cool. Or just work through slowly and bring them in one by one. So what do I want? My dashboard's gonna be like the main focus one. And I want him, just transforming him, Command T, to be the biggest kind of main feature one. These other two, I'd like to be the same size. So I've selected both of them in my layers panel, Command T or Control T on a PC. Scale it down. So which one? I'm going to use onboarding. It's going to go over here. It's going to be just behind. Same with the login. It's going to be just behind. What I might do is select them all and just distribute the centers just to make sure they're all lined up nice. Perfect. What I also might do for these two is I might just lower them down. All right, so now I need to make these kind of ones at the back recede into the background. What I'd like to do is I want to do them to the, instead of doing it once to this one and then trying to copy and paste layer styles, I'm going to group them. Instead of grouping them inside of like a folder, it's actually really good just to select both of them and make them a smart object. Okay, just means that they're going to act as one layer. And if I need to go inside it, I can double click to go inside and they're both still in there. So you use smart objects as grouping as well, I do. So I want to do two things. With it selected, I'm going to go to adjustments and I want to find my levels. Okay, and I want to make sure the levels are clipping just to the layer underneath. That's what this little arrow does, just this layer here. And I find this is a useful trick just to kind of grab the whites and to say, I just want less whites. I'm not fixing the levels. I'm actually just dragging and saying there are no more whites. You can see it's just darkening them up, showing a bit of a contrast between the two. Up to you how far you want to go. Too far, somewhere about there. Next thing I want to do as well is I want to click on this layer and I want to add my favorite filter, my second favorite. My first favorite is Gaussian blur. Who could forget you, buddy? But my next favorite, Blur Gallery, Iris Blur. The cool thing about Iris Blur has a center and it kind of fades out and you can move that center, remember? So right in the middle there, actually by default, it's kind of cool. It's only affecting these guys in the background. You can adjust this. Okay, so it just means it's going to be perfectly sharp in the middle and there's this kind of like transition between how blurry it is at the outside, and that is controlled by this little slider here, how blurry it is on the outside, or you can use this slider over here. That's what I want. Visible, readable in the middle here. I might move it up a little bit as well. You can have more than one. Okay, I haven't in this course. Okay, I've just been using one for lots of things, but no, you can have more than one. When you're ready, click OK. Awesome. One last thing I want to do is have a shadow for this main dashboard version of my app. I want that to cast a shadow on these two. So with it selected, let's go to Effects, Drop Shadow. Okay, pick a drop shadow. I'm going to pick something nice and fuzzy. Distance-wise, I'm not worried too much about distance at the moment. Why? Because we're going to detach it. So I'm going to have distance at 0. I'm going to have it nice and fluffy. How hard? Yeah, something like that, even fluffier. I'm going to click OK, and you could leave it like that. What I want to do though is you can see it's got the shadow casting everywhere. I'm going to do our trick that we've done a zillion times now. We're going to right click drop shadow and say create layer, the mysteriously named thing, so that it detaches it from that original layer. Now what we can do is we can say, you, my friend, I would like you to only affect this group here. So I want to do exactly what the levels is doing. Levels is clipping to that layer. I want you to do it as well. Hold down my Option key on a Mac or Alt key on a PC and just looking for this little icon that appears in between the two layers. So that now you can see it only appears on these two guys, not on this background bit. Awesome. So if you wanted to update it, all you do is double click on them. I'm gonna invert mine for no reason, save it. You can see it's a lovely reusable little mock-up. All right, that is it for this tutorial. I will see you in the next video. Oh, before we go, Instructor HQ, just so you know, it's something that I work on. It's one of my other projects. Basically, instructorhq.com is for people who want to themselves become an instructor. I'm an Adobe instructor, but you might be looking to do something similar or some other complete field. And basically, Instructor HQ is there to show you how to make the courses, how to edit them, where to distribute them, how to market them, and plus it tracks their success as well. So it's a cool little thing. Go check it out if you're keen. That explains why Instructor HQ appears randomly every now and again. All right, that is definitely the end of the video. I'll see you in the next one. Hello, it is getting late in this course, and this is going to be our last class project. What I'd love you to do is go through the stuff that you've made in this course and pick one of the mock-up ideas that we've gone through, the one that resonates most with you. I want to see one of the manual ones rather than one of the ones from the market. You can definitely do those and send them to me and share them, but I want to see one of the ones where you actually put some time in to create or bend or warp or fake, but use some of your own graphics. It doesn't have to be stuff you've made from this course, maybe your own personal portfolio work, maybe just a photograph that you like. When you're finished, send them to me, either in the assignments, the comments, or in social media. I get a real kick out of seeing what other people make, and if you send it to me, I'll know you made it to the end, or nearly the end. This is my largest course ever. If you're still here, I bet you're one of the few. Share with me what you've made and prove the last half of this course wasn't made in vain. You're here, you're learning, you're excited. All right, let's get into the last section of the course. Let's look at exporting. Okay, it's time to proof our colors getting ready for, let's say, print. So it's really common to work in RGB when you're doing a graphic. There's more color space to work with, more richer, more vibrant colors, but there's still lots of times where you need to send it out to physical printing. So it's going to be converted to CMYK. So an easy way to check what it's going to look like in CMYK, and it's just a representation to give you kind of an idea. Go to View, and there's this one here. It's Command Y on a Mac, Control Y on a PC. And just make sure under Proof Setup, it's set to working CMYK, like a generic CMYK printing process. So Command Y on, off, on, off. It might be hard to see in the video. Okay. The main problem for me is my color splash in the background. Okay. It's changing color considerably. It's losing its color. It's got a little bit of a green. It probably had a green tinge in it to start with. So it's just temporary. It's not like going to File, Mode, and CMYK and converting it, just giving you a little preview. Another visual way, rather than just kind of turning it on and off and splashing about, is go to View and turn on the gamut warning. And this will just like give you a gray representation of colors that it feels are probably gonna smush together when going through printing. And by smushing, it means that it can't be represented very well in CMYK. The yellows here in the banana are perfect because one of the cyan, magenta, yellow, and black, one of them's yellow. Does well. Cyans do well, greens don't do well, and that's what's affecting this image. A lot of the grass here, you've done it before, right? You've printed something out and it looks great on screen and the greens come all kind of muddy brown. What I can do here now is I can work on this layer here. I've already got some levels and color adjustments, so I'm going to click on hue and saturation, just kind of push it a little bit more towards the yellows. You can see it just kind of flies back into action because it had a green tinge to it already, so that's one way of fixing it. You might work on the levels of an image, and all you're doing is trying to make some adjustments to see, A, are you happy with the look, and B, has a lot of this gamut warning disappeared? So I'm going to mess about lightening this kind of midtones here so that the CMYK printer can kind of deal with it. But there's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be a change when you're going from RGB to CMYK, but it is handy to check it. Let's turn off gamut warning and have a look at, say you want to go a bit more pro. At the moment, you're just using the proof setup for a generic CMYK printing process. What you should do is go to custom, and depending on where you're printing, say I'm printing here in my kind of home office, I've got like an Oki laser printer here. It's okay, it wasn't expensive. What I can do is I can say, I'd like you to simulate, and what it'll do is if you have something installed on your machine, way down the bottom here, that's an Epson I have at a different desk, and this is the Oki that I have installed. So if you've got a printer installed on your machine already, it should appear in this list here. So I know mine's I think it's this one here, the multi, it says 342 multi, that's the one here. And what I also might do to give myself a realistic representation is go to simulate paper color. And what it does, it'll dull down the white to kind of try and match paper more than screen version here, which is quite bright. But even still, it is so much easier to get a proof done because this is still a simulation. So preview on, preview off. This is what there's a big change in the color here, which wasn't in the CMYK kind of generic one. So my Oki printer is saying, I'm gonna probably richen this up quite a bit. So what I can do now is I've set it all up, I clicked OK, now I can make an adjustments to try and mitigate that by maybe changing the color of this text to get it close to what I want. If you're dealing with a commercial printer, you can ask them for something called an ICC profile, and you can go and load it in here. So you can go to View, Proof Setup, go to Custom, and go to Load. So if you're dealing with a small mum and pop kind of place, they're probably not going to know how to send you this color profile. But if you're dealing with a larger commercial place, they're going to be able to send it to you easy. All right, let's click OK. And that's the first step for getting our document ready for commercial print. All right, let's get into the next video. Hi there, this video is all about how to clean up your Photoshop files before sending them to a client or a colleague, okay, getting the PSD ready just to go out. There's a couple of things we need to do. We need to make sure the file size is as small as it can be. We need to look professional. We need to make sure that it'll actually open on other people's computers. And I'll show you a way of sharing it with them as well. So in your exporting folder, open up cleanup files.psd, okay, and this one here is 32 megabytes at the moment. Now this is not even that big for a Photoshop file, but because you have to download these exercise files, I'd love to put a gigabyte file in there and show you how big it is, how much savings we could do, but you'd kill me because you'd have to download a gigabyte's worth of file. So over here, I'm going to kind of raise this up and move this up so we can see our layers panel. So it's a messy old file. The cool thing about it, not the cool thing, I just went and opened a file that I had, okay, that I was working on recently and didn't change a single thing. So what you'll notice is that this is what my files look like. There are things that are turned off that I don't need anymore. They're just sitting in there. There's a big old mess. No names on layers. So while I'm working, I work by myself with myself. So yeah, if I'm working with a colleague, I'd totally go through and make this a lot nicer. Or for us sending this to a client. So let's work through now how I do that. The two biggest things we're going to do first is getting rid of any layers that are hidden. Okay, so just the eyeballs turned off, just stuff I don't need. I've turned it off for a reason and I just want to clean it up. And also any layers that are just empty. There is some empty layers in here. I know layer 16 is empty, it's got nothing on it. I actually added that one, but there's nothing on it. So let's work out how to do that. There's kind of two places. There's one that says File and goes to Scripts. And there's this option here that says Delete All Empty Layers. And it just goes and looks at what potentially could be a really long document, just removes any, just empty layers. The next one is removing the hidden layers, and it's in a slightly different place. It's under Layer, Delete Any Hidden Layers. Nice. Tidied up a bit. What I'll do is we'll do a file save as so we can compare the file sizes and just see what file savings these things have. Okay, so clean up files. I'm going to put one on my desktop. Okay, it's going to be called tidied. I doubt that's even how you spell it, but that's as close as I can get. Let's hit save and let's see what we're at. So another thing before we go off is make sure this is turned on. It makes the file size slightly bigger, but it means that when we send it to our colleague, it means if they've got an earlier version of Photoshop, okay, it means that it's more likely to open in that version with that on. With it off, the file size is smaller, but not as cross version-y. So let's click OK. Remember, it was 37.2. Now let's have a look. Desktop, and there it is there. We're now at 30. So there was on those layers, there were a couple of things that, we just didn't need. Some pixels. Awesome. So that's the first chunk. Now the next bit is, it really depends on, what you need from this file. Let's say that we don't need, because there's a lot of working extra stuff. Let's have a look at some of these files. So there is, some of these files here just have like stuff that we don't need. See all the stuff up on the top right? It gets cropped off, so it doesn't need to be in this file. If I was sending it to maybe a colleague who I wanted to have access to all these kind of extra bits, I might leave it. So let's have a look. So this one here in particular, these top two here, these are, there's just junk that we don't need that can't be seen. So what we can do to get rid of it all, to trim it all up, just grab the crop tool and make sure deleted cropped pixels is on. It's off by default, I'm pretty sure. So turn it on. It just means that anything that's cropped is going to be deleted. Hit return on your keyboard and it kind of gives you a preview of what's going. So this stuff along the top here, hit return again. Now on that same layer, let's have a look at this guy here. You see, there's just nothing there. I'll turn that off as well. There's just like a corner there now. So we just deleted those. And that works to a point, but if I go back to my crop tool and click enter again, you'll see that there's all this junk down the bottom. And you're like, well, why didn't he get deleted? It won't work if these things are smart objects. So now you got to decide whether you need to retain smart objects or not, or whether like me right now, I just want to crop everything off so it's nice and kind of just compacted in here. So we're going to use a little trick from earlier. I want to find under here, it says kind, it should be there by default. I want to find this last option here. It says, just show me all the smart objects, please. Cool, huh? And I'm going to select all of these guys. Okay, I'm going to leave this one because I want the text to remain vector inside the smart object, but these guys here are just pixels. I'm just going to right click them. Okay, any of the gray area here, and this option here, it says rasterize layers. And that just gets rid of the smart objects. And they just disappeared from this list because they're no longer smart objects. I turn this off, they're still there, they are. But they're not going to kind of defy my cropping technique now. So crop tool, hit return on your keyboard or enter, and then enter again. And hopefully now, if I click it one more time, it's all gone. All right, so escape. Let's hit save. Let's see how big it is now. So we're down to like 3 megabytes now. So you can see those smart objects can hold a lot of data. And in our case, we don't need them. Okay, next thing is to talk about compatibility. So what I did for you guys in the course is this font here I don't really like, it's Arial, but I'm hoping that everyone's got it. Otherwise Photoshop's gonna open and say, hey, you're missing a font. Well, I set it to Arial. What you might have to do is say you're using your corporate font or just a font that's a bit strange and you know whoever you're sending it to is not gonna have it. And they're not gonna need to change the text. But you want to remain vector. By vector, I mean this thing is scalable. And because it's a font, it'll keep its nice quality. So there's a trick around that. So this file here is the smart object here. Okay. And you'll see there's no actual text here, but it's a smart object. So I can double click the thumbnail to go into the smart object. Okay, so there's my original. I've dived into the smart object. It's this PSB file, just like a temporary file showing me this smart object and all of its layers. You can see here all sorts of Arial. Let's say I know my client or my colleague doesn't have Arial, whatever fancy font I'm using. You can select all of these text layers. You could hit this, remember, it's kind of handy, just show me all the text. I've clicked once at the top, hold shift for the last one, so they're all selected. Right click any one of them, not in the icon here, over here in this gray area. And then there's this option, it says convert to shape. Often people rasterize type, and that's going to turn into tiny little pixels, and it's not scalable, and it's just as easy to do this, which remains vector. Scalable points and paths, essentially just better quality. Click on this. The only trouble with it, I'm going to turn the type off now, is that these guys aren't editable text. That's one of the problems using this method, not editable text. You've got to decide whether that works for your situation. I guess I just want to show you all the ways you can do it to make it indestructible. It may be that you're doing stuff that's going out to a really vast audience. Say it's going out to a marketing channel where you want to give people the file, but you don't want to have them emailing you every 5 seconds saying, hey, I don't have this, or this is not included, or it won't open on my machine, that sort of stuff. So let's save this and let's close this tab, and this thing's updated, perfect. Let's save it again and let's check how big it is now. So 3.7, it's a little bit bigger than what it was because now it's not using a font, it's actually collected all that data and is now shapes. I'm assuming that's what it is anyway. It's a tiny bit bigger. All right, next thing to do is how do you share this thing? We showed you how to package it in the last video. I'll show you a little other trick we can do in this particular one. So we want to share this PSD, right? Now let's go File, Save As again. And what you'll find is on your computer, you will have a folder. On my Mac, it's just, here it is here, Creative Cloud Files. It's under that structure if you're on a Mac. If you're on a PC, have a little look to find this folder called Creative Cloud Files. So think of this as just like Dropbox if you've never used it. And it's part of your license. And if I save it in there, click OK, nothing really fancy happens except that my Creative Cloud app up here, you can see the little double arrow here, it's saying I'm syncing. And you can see I'm syncing down here. So it's uploading it to your online storage. And the cool thing about that is if you go to your Creative Cloud app, if you're on a PC, it's in the bottom right, look for the same little icon, go to Assets and go to Files and go to Open or View on Web. Other thing you can do is if you still can't find, say you're on a PC and you can't find where that Creative Cloud folder is, just come up to or come down to that little icon, go to Assets, Files, and if you click Open Folder, it'll show you where it is on your computer. So I've saved it to there, it's syncing. What I want to do is go to this one that says View on Web. And here we are here. Okay, it takes me to, basically it's just this place, okay, assets.adobe.com. You can actually just type that in, log in with your Adobe ID, and once it's finished syncing, this file appears, and it's a PSD. So there's no real difference here other than using Dropbox or Creative Cloud. I say this because I use Dropbox quite a bit, so I use this kind of assets.adobe.com less. But what's really cool about it is you can click on it and you can say, actually, I'd like to share this one, and you can wait for it to give you a little option, but you can send it to people, copy and paste the link, and they'll have access to it. But what's really cool about it is if you edit this file and hit save, it will update. So if the client comes back and says, I can't open it, you don't have to send them a relink. You just say, send them this link here, right? So you copy it, send it to them in an email, decide on what kind of settings are allowed, and then if they need to do changes, you just change it here in Photoshop and it'll hit save, and it'll update here online. All right, the last thing we'll do before we finish is the naming. Okay, we did this in an earlier video, but I'm gonna call this one, we're gonna kind of revisit our tricks. Remember, we can type in here and hit tab, and I'm just gonna work my way through, just naming everything. You get the idea, right? So you can just hit tab and tab and tab and name them all really good, so you look like a pro when you send it to somebody else. File size is nice and small, and you shouldn't have any problems with them not being able to open it. All right, that is it for this video. Let's get into the next one. Hi there, this video is all about packaging files. What is packaging files? It means that I've got fonts that are included in this PSD that I've made. There's also images that are linked to it. If I send them just the PSD, they're going to open it and it's going to say, hey, I'm missing some of the linked images like this image here. It's also going to say, I'm missing some of the fonts. We're going to fix that with Photoshop's package feature, which is perfect for exporting images. Not so good for fonts, but I'll show you a little hack using Illustrator to get the fonts as well. All right, let's get started. All right, to get started, in your 17 exporting folder, there is a PSD in there called Final Artwork. Open that up. Now I've made this quite small just to keep the file sizes down in your exercise files. And I want to show you the different things that happen. So file packaging is pretty easy. We'll go to File and we go to Package. Let's get that out of the way. Where are you going to put it? I'm going to put mine in my desktop to make it nice and messy, and it's going to click Choose. And what it'll do is it'll use the name of your file, Final Artwork. It's the kiss of death calling anything final. But anyway, okay, let's look on our desktop. And you can see there, Final Artwork folder gets generated for you. Okay, so it names the folder for you, puts a copy of the PSD there and any links that have been used. So what are the links? Let's have a look. So in my files here, I've got a bunch of different things. So I'm going to make this a bit bigger so we can see. So this blueberries image here is not, it doesn't have any little icon here. You'll notice that in my exports, it didn't appear. So I've got that image and I've got the background. Why did I only get those two? It's because down here, the background is actually a Creative Cloud Libraries image. So I did this. I went to my libraries and went, here it is there, and I dragged this out. Okay, and because it's connected to my library and not actually embedded in this document, when I go to Package, Photoshop includes it. Something similar happened to this option here. Can you see this one here? When I brought this image in, I went File, and instead of using Place Embedded, I used Place Linked. You can see the little linking icon there. So it's linking to my hard drive. So it gets included in the package. But there's lots of other things that didn't. Say this splash here. That was just embedded in the document. It's a smart object, which is cool, but it is not included in the package because it's actually embedded in here. And it was either copied and pasted in here or used the file embed. So you've got three options. You can just leave it the way it is and have some of them embedded, some of them not, so that your package document is a bit of both. You could go through and say, actually, this banana here, I want to link it. Okay, to do it, you can right click it and you can say convert to linked. And basically it'll just say where you want to put the banana. I'll stick mine on my desktop, randomly messing up the desktop, and now it is linked to that file called banana. Now it'll be included in my package. So I've got some consistency. It'll also make the PSD a bit smaller in terms of file size because it's not included in here, it's just linked. Alternatively, I could go through and say, actually, I don't want all these linked. I'm just going to right click them and say, embed this link. I'm going to embed this one, and then nothing will be included in that package. And you won't need to go file package at all. One of the things you didn't see appear in there was fonts. Okay, for some reason, Photoshop does not package out the fonts. I can't make it happen. I've tried my darndest. Adobe Illustrator and InDesign do, but Photoshop doesn't yet. But there is a trick to get the fonts out, but there's a few conditions that need to be met. And pretty much this file here breaks all of them. What you can do is just open up in Illustrator and then use its file package, and it will pull the fonts out. Why won't it work with this document? It won't work with any layer that has a layer style. In our case, it has a drop shadow. I'm going to click clear layer style. The other thing that won't happen is that, see this R here? It has a drop shadow, but if I delete the drop shadow, but it's still behind this splash, okay, it's not going to work. So I'm going to save this file here, and let's go into Illustrator. Let's open up that file, exercise file 17, final artwork. You just want to make sure convert layers to objects is on. Click OK. And what you'll notice here is that this font here, okay, gets converted to actual editable text. Photoshop and Illustrator work together and they say, well, I'm just going to remake this in the font. Perfect. That'll get included when I export. What won't happen is, see this R back here? Zoom in on it. Okay, we see the text here is perfect vector. Well, zoom in, lovely. But let's look at this R up here. Because it's all behind this, it's been smushed and turned into pixels. So it just doesn't get exported. So if you're just looking to get the fonts out, you might have to do some like hacking just to get this R up on the top, no drop shadow, just so that Illustrator can go through and pull all the fonts out. The other thing that won't happen is if I pick another font and I pick a typekit font, say let's use this one here, Adele, because it's a typekit font, Adele, this TK font, it's not going to work. This font here though, it's Arial, it can be anything as long as it doesn't have TK next to it. The O-type fonts, OpenType will work, but TTs will work, but not the typekit. You are only allowed to use typekit because you pay for your Creative Cloud license. And if the other person on the other side has a Creative Cloud license, the fonts will go with it. Perfect. If they don't, then they're not allowed to have them. So let's say we've got this far. Let's go to File. It's in the same sort of place. It's called Package. Where am I going to stick it? I'm going to save this document. Where am I going to save it? Onto my desktop. I'm going to make a folder called Packaging Example. Man, it's getting messy. Stick that in there. So I need to save it first. And then though, when I go to Package, I'm just going to make sure I include the fonts. You can see it won't let me have typekit fonts. It says, hey, be careful about the restrictions of fonts. You say, don't worry, I will. Now, on my desktop, there's Packaging Example. There's my final artwork. And where did I say the package are going to? I did not check that. File Package. I put mine in a weird folder. Let's stick it on a desktop inside that lovely new folder we made. Make sure the fonts are included. Do it twice. All right. There it is there. There's the AI file, which I don't really need because I got all the images out of Photoshop, but there's the Arial that I used. Pulled out of your hard drive, ready to be sent on to the next person. Bit of a hack, might not be worth the time and effort, but you also might be desperate to get the fonts out. But remember, no layer styles, no typekit fonts. Make sure they're at the top of your layer group and use File Package. We use Illustrator just to get the fonts, and we use Photoshop to get all the linked images. Combine them together, we have a completed package file. You might be watching in the distant future. It might just have fonts in Photoshop. Just check first. It hasn't been there forever so far, so you might get lucky and they might update that. You might not have to do this kind of hacked version. All right, that's it for this video, packaging. I'll see you in the next video. Hi there, this video is all about exporting our files. We're going to look at 3 use cases. We'll do social media, we'll do web, and we'll do print. We've covered some of these in kind of specific areas, but I want to condense it down into one kind of usable video, just so you know. These are the definitive rules for exporting the different formats, all in one handy place. So social media first, we'll look at just doing a single document plus a multiple artboard export. So this one here, easiest way and best way is file export, and no, not file export, file save as. Because what we want is a JPEG. So we're using just a regular old JPEG, not a save for web, because social media doesn't need to be condensed and the data pulled out to make the file size smaller. We just want a really good looking image. So I'm going to put it on the desktop. I'm going to put it in a folder called export. This one's going to be called grow. And this is going to be July 19. Let's click save. Quality slider, because we aren't worried, we're going up to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, they'll do the image resizing. We don't want to do it for them. If you're uploading 1,000 of these, you probably want to keep the file size a little smaller, but JPEG like that is a really good quality and it's going to be ready to go. Let's say you've worked on something that has multiple artboards. So we want to export these for our different social media platforms. So all we need to do is go to File, and we're going to use this export option. And what we want is export to files. I'm going to put them all in my desktop folder called export. Click open. This is going to be my Illustrator course, and you can decide on the format. It's going to be a JPEG, and the quality slider is at 8. I'm going to click run. I could drag it up to 10. Successful. And now on my desktop, I have in the export folder, you can see there, okay, it's got my Illustrator course. It's taking the rest of the file name from your artboard name. So just make sure you're naming your artboard something that you want the file to be. All right, let's move on to print export. It's a nice simple one. Switch one here. Let's say this thing, we've made it, we've fixed it. It needs to go out to a poster or a printer. What kind of file format should I use? The most versatile is File, Save As, and in here, you're going to use, you can send PSDs, just leave them as they are. The file sizes are quite big. So what we're going to use is the Photoshop PDF method. The cool thing about that, if there is text or vector graphics, it will be retained inside this PDF. Plus the file size is really small and quite interchangeable in a format that is expected, I guess. It's easily emailed. Let's put it on my desktop. You can see I've got 2 export folders just to mess with everyone. This one here is going to be called Print Smoothie. Thank you very much. Okay, and in this PDF settings, because it's going out to commercial print, just pick high quality print and just turn that off. Why? Because that's gonna basically just make a PDF. With this turned on, basically all you have is a PSD, super big, fully editable, all the layers, but it's just called a PDF. Can cause problems with printing rips, makes the file size super huge. And we just don't need all this kind of Malaya masks and things now. We're sending it to the printer. They don't need that stuff. So we're going to turn it off, then click Save As. And if we check it in my export files, there he is there, 2.2 megabytes, whereas this actual file here is about 50 megabytes. Now let's do the last one. Let's do web design. So in your exercise files, if you want to play along, in 17 exporting, I've got this web designer example. I've got a slightly different version that we've been using before. So there's kind of 2 ways. Let's say I like this graphic here. I'm going to make my layers panel nice and big so you can see it. Okay, so I've got this thing called image books layer. I'm going to right click it and just say export as, or you can use the quick export. That's the quick way of just getting a single layer out. Okay, and that's doing it one at a time. So I can decide, want it to be PNG, no, JPEG, do I want it to be 70%? I can click export. So that's one at a time, which is quite cool. But if you want to do lots of them, we're going to use Adobe Generate. So we're going to take it even further than we did earlier in the course. So File, let's make sure that Generate Image Assets is on. Actually, I'm going to save my document somewhere, make it easy to see. So I'm going to do a Save As. You don't have to do this, but I'm just going to make a folder on my desktop called Generate, and I'm going to pop this in. Cool. So the way Generate works is it looks to wherever you've saved the PSD, there it is there. It's in a folder called Generate. When you turn this on, File, Generate, Image Assets, nothing really happens except you get this kind of folder. That's where it's going to stick all our images. So let's say this background graphic here, I want to save this out as a .jpeg. Magically, in my image assets, there is my JPEG. Okay, and I can work my way through and say, actually, I want that to be a JPEG as well. Image books, you're going as a JPEG. But I want to take it a bit further. What I'd like to do is I want this to be a really low quality version, or at least I know that it looks good at 40%. So you just type 40% at the end, and it has to be this syntax, okay? It can't have other spaces. It has to be .jpg and then straight into the 40%. The cool thing about that is it will do image books at a 40% quality. Let's do it at 10% so you can really see that it's actually doing what I say. It's regenerated it, and you can see it's pretty pixelated. So you might be happy that this one is at 40, but this one here, because it's background, we can get away with like, I don't know, 30%, a bit lower. Now this syntax we're going to cover quite a bit in this course, and it's hard to remember the syntax. Okay, what has to go where? So if you Google Adobe Photoshop layer syntax, you'll end up here. Okay, it's the top results, adobehelp.com. And here is the big long version. I'm going to give you the skinny version, but it has all the syntax written out in here. Before we finish the syntax, what I want to do is let you know that you can export groups, because at the moment I've got this graphic and this graphic. They're two separate graphics. So I could name them, but they'd come out separately. So I can select both of them, hit a group, name this group logo.png. And let's say I want it to be an 8-bit or a 24-bit or a 32-bit PNG. Okay, you can just add that there as well. Or just leave it as a normal PNG, which is 8-bit. And hopefully here, that group gets exported. Now if we check, you can see mine's not appearing. Sometimes this happens. Sometimes you just need to turn generate off and back on again. And there's my logo. Leave that in there. It's an issue that I had. You'll probably run into it as well. And you can see, I guess the thing I want to show you is that, can you see it group them together? So just name the group. So let's look at some different syntax. Just know that you can do 3 of them. You can do PNG, you can do GIF, and you can do JPEG. You can see there's my GIF there. What else can you do? Let's say you're doing responsive design and you need a couple of versions of this background. Okay, so let's get rid of the 30%. Let's just try and keep it clean. So I've got bricks, but I want a smaller version. I want a 50%. If 50% goes at the beginning with a space, what it'll do is it'll generate whatever size it is in the document, a half size version. So we go to bricks. There is there now. It is, how big is it? This one here is 603. That's half of what it is in this document. But often when you're doing responsive, what you want is, you want a comma, and you want 2 of them. So I'm going to copy this. You could put 100% in, but you don't really need that. So a comma, then a space. And what you need to do is these need different names because we're going to create 2 files now. A comma means making 2 versions of this. This one is going to be my maybe at 2x, or maybe this one is just number 2, or high res. So one's a 50%, one's just normal. And hopefully now I've got, let's have a look, close it down. So there's bricks, and then there's bricks high res. You might be using the at ×2 suffix. You can add that there too. So that's resizing it. Let's look at another way of resizing it. So instead of doing 50%, you can actually say, I would like it to be, let's say 200 pixels across, space, X space. So 200 times, and let's say you need it to be 200 width, but you're not too sure how high it is. Just like make it whatever height it is proportionately. So 200 wide, and if you use question mark, you have to use the lowercase x, you have to use all these spaces, it will guess the height for you. So now in here, I'm going to have a bricks that is 200 pixels wide. Okay, copy that. I'm going to have another one that is 500 pixels wide. This one's going to be called maybe 500. Hopefully now, if I got my syntax right, there's a 200 version and there's a 500 version. Cool, huh? Now let's say you want to take that to another level, okay? Because you need a high res and low res. You don't want to have to be copying and pasting and changing the names. So what we're going to do is we're just going to call him Bricks. Bricks even. Man, is that Bricks? Having a bad day. Or just a regular day. Anyway, we've got Bricks, and let's do a few other ones. We've got that one. So image books is done. Let's do some of these PNGs. So there's my icon for print. This is going to be .png. This one here is going to be my app.png. These are all going to be .pngs. Just totally name your layers as you go. So we could go through all of these, right? So we've named all the layers. Adobe is generating them all as we go. There's my icons. But let's say I need 2 versions. I need a high res and a low res. You might need 50%, 100%, 200, 300 for all the different mobile phones or media queries. So what you can do is make a new layer. Doesn't matter where it is. I'm going to put mine to the top of my group here, just so it's easy to find. And you have to use this syntax. You have to say default, high res. You don't have to say high res. You can call this is naming your folders. Whatever you say here could be the Dan folder. I'm going to create a folder called high res. It knows it's a folder because you put a / just in front of it. Have to say default, have to put a / straight afterwards. And let's look what happens. Just a blank layer, Photoshop Gears. I'm going to put all them into this default folder for you, which is not that exciting until you put 2 of them in here. So you put a little plus and you have a low res version. Remember, it needs a little slash at the end to say I've got 2 folders. And the trouble now is there's nothing different about these two. It's generating 2 folders, but they're exactly the same size. So what we can do, this low res folder here, okay, remember when we did our scaling earlier, we put 50% in front of it? It's the same here. I want everything in this folder to be 50% the size. Are we there? Let's have a look now. So you can see bricks, a whole lot smaller than the bigger bricks. Cool, huh? And if you want to get even more nerdy, you're like, there's no way to get more nerdy than that. Okay, you can say straight up to here is, I want you to append it with the @2x, which is really common in web design and mobile design as an indicator for the high res version. So now I've got all these @2x files. Now don't worry, if you're like, that blew my mind, he went far too fast. All you need to do is type it out once and just do what I do. Like, I can never remember that all off by heart. I just open up a previous file that I've worked on, I copy it out and I paste it into this. Or I just Google layer syntax for Photoshop and you can kind of pull it from that Adobe website. All right, we got a bit nerdy there at the end, but I hope you can see, especially if you are a regular web designer, you need to get assets out for either yourself building websites or for your developer. It's really good now, especially if you're making amends. You go through and say, actually, this thing here needed to be switched out to a different color. And I've got my bricks at ×2, and I've got my smaller version now, all ready to go. Super quick, super easy. Just got to put that kind of initial effort in. All right, that ends a nice lengthy exporting files from Photoshop. Hope you learned something new. Let's get on to the next video. Hey there, this is a bonus video that I've made to share with you all the latest updates in Photoshop since the original recording of this course. Adobe are constantly updating the software, so I thought it would be a handy way to keep you super up to date. I go through all the features here and I've put them all in what I think is the most important new features through to the kind of more obscure ones towards the end of the video. All right, stop talking, Dan, and show me the updates. Okay, the best feature in Photoshop 2019 is something called Content Aware Fill. You might have heard of that before, but the workspace they've created is really cool. So if you're following along, go to File Open, and open up these 3, Content Aware Workspace 1, 2, and 3. So we'll start with 1, the old version of Content Aware. I'm just using the lasso tool here. I'm gonna go around the outside. This has been around a while. You went to Edit, you went to Fill, and you left everything by default. You clicked OK, and it was magic. So it's really good at getting small parts of a larger image, especially kind of nature. It's really easy. Where it gets tough is when you've got this, say, larger object that's look, it's proportionally quite big compared to the rest of the image. Okay, so I've selected it all, use the same technique, and hopefully it's going to break. You can see it's done an okay job, but you can see over here, it's actually started grabbing the kind of out of focus land here. And it's like, oh, I wish I'd just grabbed this over here. And that's where the magic happens. So I'm going to undo. To activate this new feature, go to Edit. And it's this one here called Content Aware Fill. You might be like, hasn't that always been there? Nope, it's new. And what happens in this case is that you end up with this new kind of workspace, this new work area. On the left is what we want Photoshop to sample. And on the right here is your kind of dynamically updated result. So it's worse than it was. So what we're going to do is we need to do nothing actually. You should have these all by default, these tools, and just paint out the things you don't want included. Okay, so I want to say Photoshop, don't include any of this, please. And your computer's going to stress out a little bit because on the right hand side there, as I'm painting this out, it's trying to like dynamically update. It's spinning away. Watch this. Wait for this thing to be done, and that's a whole lot better. So if you're like me and you use Content Aware Fill to remove like this little thing, and then it removed it but replaced it with something worse, this is just a really nice little extra feature. So try Edit Fill first using Content Aware, and if that doesn't work or you get a bad result, jump into here, go to Edit, and then the Content Aware Fill option. Other things you should know. Here on the right under fill settings, you've got this thing called color adaptation. And what I've found is don't worry too much about the word color adaptation. It's more like I will try using option A or B and watch this update. It'll try again with different kind of color blending modes. And you can just see whether you like it better or worse. They look much the same. very high. See, that did a whole different job. So you get like a couple of goes at it and you go back. None, worse. So I think our original default one was great. One of the other perks for this method here is you can see it says output settings. So it's going to output to a new layer by default. You can jam it into the current layer. And that's what the old version did. That was kind of destructive editing, right? It's a new layer. I'll show you. Click OK. I'm going to deselect, and you can see here it's actually on its own layer. So you might actually run that a couple of times. So you've got a couple of different options to kind of start blending through. So that's the new content aware fill workspace. One thing I wanted to show you though is content aware fill is amazing, but there's a little tool that gets used in the really same kind of purpose. You want to say we remove these post-it notes. Let's give it a go using our method from before, content aware fill. If we go to edit, content aware fill, use the workspace method, okay, it's going to go through and you can start deleting lots of things. So I'm going to say not the laptop, goodbye. Watching it update over here. It's got a bit of wood, so none of the wood, please. Okay, and you can chase this forever and still get a bit of a murky result. Man, it's getting more wood, not less wood. Okay, there are just times where this magical little option is. So same sort of lasso tool selection, and grab the patch tool. The patch tool is hiding underneath the spot healing brush. You just drag it. So this one here it's using the same technology, but you are saying replace it with this exact bit, please, and then blend it in. Hit deselect. I find that gives you really good results. So it's the same thing. It's like using content aware fill, but you are saying right from this area, please. Both methods have their place. One is you let the computer do the work, and with the patch tool, I find it's sometimes really specific. Like actually just use this bit. All right, on to the next new feature. All right, the next feature is not really a feature, but it's something new and that they've updated, and it's a little bit painful and we need to address it before we move on. So open up transform. I've got my logo layer selected. We use edit, free transform. Everyone does it. It's Command T on a Mac, Control T on a PC. Okay, and we hold down Shift to make sure all the proportions are fine, but it's the opposite now. Okay, if you hold down Shift, it squishes it around. So I'm gonna hit escape. So all we need to do now is Command T or Control T and just grab one of the corners, and you don't hold anything down now. It's one of those weird changes that it's a little bit hard to get used to. I've been using it for maybe about 2 weeks now, and it's totally good. And I've totally got used to it now. And I can see why. Remember, if you hold down Shift, you can break it, but in old versions of Photoshop, you saw people who did that with logos and images. And because they're newbies, they're like, what, it's fine. You're like, no, you've destroyed the logo. So by default, they shouldn't be able to break it. But for you, hold down Shift if you do want to distort it. It's the same here for this underneath layer. If I'm using edit, anything that has those transform bounds now has changed. So content aware scale, I love this feature. It's been around a while though. So if you don't hold anything down, it just kind of it scales it proportionately. So I want to actually just drag it this way. So I've got to hold Shift and use this right-hand side. Magic new background, love it. All right, if you hate it, you can go into preferences and turn it off. One tiny little update as well is the undo. The undo used to toggle, okay? You hit Command Z or Control Z on a PC, and you hit it a couple of times, and it did this. It went forward, backwards, forward, backwards. Then you had to hold down like a zillion keys on your keyboard and hit the Z key to get it to kind of do this one, the one that everyone wants. You wanted the one that said step backwards. So that's changed by default. So Command Z will just keep going backwards and undo right to the beginning. It used to be called step backwards. That's kind of more in line with other Adobe products and just products in general. Let's get on to something more sexy like the frame tool. All right, open up from your exercise files, frame tool 1. So really this is the second most favorite tool. Transform and undo options are just necessary things to address. Why this is really cool. I've got this kind of web UI mock-up thing. It doesn't really matter what you're doing it with. Think of a frame as a mask. If you've used InDesign or Illustrator, they use this technique all the time when they're doing clipping masks. So the frame tool is this one here. Now, if these tooltips are driving you mad, they drive me mad. On a Mac, Photoshop CC, Preferences, Tools. On a PC, it's Edit, Preferences, Tools, and Rich Tooltips. Gone. Okay, so the frame tool, I'm going to pick a square one and I'm going to drag from here to here. And what you'll notice is the layers panel has this new setup here. That's what a frame looks like. What I'm going to do is grab my move tool. I'm going to duplicate to have a couple of versions. Okay, for my little mock-up here. They're empty frames at the moment. To add things to this frame, you can drag them from your library. Got an image here. Just drag them in. The cool thing about them is they load them proportionately. Okay, so they'll fill the frame. It's really nice. So you can drag them from your library. You can click on them and go to your properties panel. There it is there. You can say insert image from, you can get it from Adobe Stock, or I'm going to use this from my local disk and I'm going to embed one. So I'll use Frame Tool 3. You end up at the same position, or I'm not sure why I do this all the time. I like to see the Finder window. Just drag from this straight into it. Anyway, there's lots of ways of dragging it. You can see how much nicer the layers panel is. There's lots of other ways of doing this. I used to use clipping layers, but I'm totally switching to frames now. Let's have a look at another way of using it. So let's open up Frame Tool 5. Zoom in. So we created the frame and then dragged in the image. You can do it the other way around. So I'm going to go to File, Place Embedded. I'm going to grab Frame Tool 6. A little bit big. Get it to roughly the right size. Turn. So I've got an image and I want to drag a frame around it. So I've got the layer selected. I'm going to go to my frame tool. I'm going to grab the ellipse version and I'm just going to drag it across holding shift so it's perfectly height and width. You can see there, it's just converted it into a frame. Now, when you are working with frames, okay, I'm going to go to the move tool. There's a way of working with it on the screen. You can double click it. You can see it kind of pulls apart and I can see the two rectangles. This is my outer one is the image, okay, and I can work on it separately from my frame. If I grab the edge of the frame though, I can drag it around, I can resize it. Now those shortcuts, I've kind of got used to them. I find it's easier just over here. You can see the white line around the outside, so I can click on the mask or I can click on the image. I find that's just a little easier. So the image selected, I can transform it and scale it over. Remember, not holding shift. If you want to move both of them, you can hold shift and click both of the things and just move them around, move it backwards. What you'll also notice is that in here, my layers panel, you can see it converted that image into a smart object if it's not already. You can also add a stroke to the frame, which is handy. Okay, so with the frame selected here, in my properties panel, I'm going to double click this to shrink it up. My properties panel, I've got the stroke and I can decide on what color I want. I don't even know. Pick one, Dan, come on. And you can pick a size and you can see, I can decide whether I want it the inside, center, or the outside. Surprisingly handy instead of having like two layers with stroke effects applied to the top one or a separate circle image. All right, let's look at another way of using it. So go to File, Open, and open up Frame Tool 7. So it's not just rectangles and circles, you can use text, okay? Pretty much any sort of vector path in Photoshop can be converted. So I'm gonna use the Type tool, I'm gonna type in Daniel, because it's my name, and nice big font. Drag this, get it close. Okay, so once you've drawn the text, you need to convert it into a frame. It's no longer gonna be editable text. Okay, so just right click the word Daniel and go to this one here. It says convert to frame. That all works for me. Click OK. Now you can use any of those techniques from earlier. I'm going to use this one. I'm going to use Frame Tool 8. Get in there. Now you can see my image just happens to be not as big as the text that I had. So remember, it's easy to click on this, Command T or Control T on a PC. Don't hold down Shift. You can hold down the Option key on a Mac or Alt key on a PC to drag from the center. That's kind of handy. Hit Enter. Now you can't do some things with these frames yet. Okay, I imagine they'll add them all. So it looks like you can add a drop shadow, but it doesn't seem to apply. It's there, just doesn't work. There's ways around it. Okay, you can just create a group, stick that layer in that group, and that group can get a drop shadow. So it's a workaround for the moment. I'm sure it'll get updated to be able to show these things. Click OK, and if I'm destroying these things with effects, I'm going to select them all. I'm going to make them all a smart object. And the world's best filter in all the land, you know what it is. Lens flare goodness. Job done. So anything can be a frame. We've used circles, text, rectangles. I'll show you a couple more before we move on. I'm going to open up Frame Tool 9. We're going to forget about the pen tool. We're living life with the new curvature pen tool. It's new from the last version. If you haven't started using it, it's amazing. Double click for a corner, click once for a curve, double click for a corner, click once for a curve, another curve, double click for a corner, click once for a curve, double click for a corner, once for a curve. Never sure what to do in that last one. I'm converted man from the pen tool, the curvature tool, but draw anything, doesn't really matter what you've drawn it with, the freeform, the pen tool. What you need to do to convert it to a frame is I want this frame to kind of wrap around and mask this background. It won't work if the background's locked. Just double click the background, layer 0, I should name it, never do. Click this top layer here, and because it's just above it, if I right click the word shape 1 and say convert to frame, click OK. Magic, huh? I'm going to jump to Illustrator. I've got a shape I've drawn in here. Okay, I'm going to select my little whale. Note that I've done an upgrade course. Note that I've done upgrade 2019 features for Illustrator as well. I'm going to copy it from here, paste it into Photoshop. Make sure it is a shape layer. Click OK. It's a bit big. Transform them down. There we go. Click OK. Same as before. Can't be a locked background. Double click it. Click this top one and right click it. Convert to frame. Because it's right above it, it should mask it all in there. Remember, I can work on the frame, move it around, or I can work on the image on the inside. By clicking on this one, you can see the little white dots around it. Transform it, there it is there, I can move it around. One thing you'll notice in this version as well is when I transform, can you see it's missing that target in the middle? Click OK. If I go back to the old version of Photoshop, remember this? See that target there? It's perfect. Okay, but like I'm a teacher, so whenever, like I say, transform something and move it, they all try and move this and they're like, it's not moving. Okay, so they've got rid of that target. You can turn it back on in the preferences if you loved that little target, but it's gone in the latest version. See, gone. Now, little notes about this, really it's only for images. The frame can be vector stuff and text and all that sort of stuff, but you can't put editable text inside them at the moment. So shape layers and text won't, can't be the thing that's on the inside of the frame. They can be the frame, so it's mainly images on the inside. Images and smart objects. The other thing to note is if you want to get rid of a frame, say it's accidentally happened, you can right click the layer, any in this text here, and there's an option that says remove frame from layer, and it's gone. All right, let's get on to the next feature. All right, the very next best feature, number 3, in my humble opinion, is live blending modes. It's a simple one. I'll show you what it does. We're putting this, for no good reason, we're putting an island in a bottle. So live blending modes 2, I'm going to drag it into live blending modes 1. I'm going to rotate it around, not holding shift. I'm going to try and scale it to get into position. A little bit too small. Nobody will know. Return, and I want it to blend with the background. So I want a layer mode, and if you've done it before, you went normal, dissolve. Dissolve never works. So then you went darken, and then you went multiply, and you clicked on all of these and went bananas. But now I don't actually have to click on them. Look at this. I can just kind of scrub through and find one that works. Oh, look at that. Which one do I want? Soft light, you'll do. Looks like it's kind of underwater now. That shortcut still works if you're using the crazy way of move tool, hold shift, hit plus on your keyboard. That still works, but you don't need it now. It took me ages to learn that shortcut. Now all you need to do is hover. Thank you, Adobe. Next feature, please. Now this next feature is called Select Subject. This would have been totally number 1 if it had come out in 2019 release, but they snuck it in halfway through 2018. And if you're like a lot of people, you didn't even check what the new updates were. You just went, yes, update. If that sounds like you, this might change your life. So I've got Select Subject 1 open. I'm going to go to Select, and this thing here should be called, it should have an exclamation mark or super fantastic afterwards, but it doesn't. Just click Select, click Subject. Stand back. How good was that? Now, I've been using it for a while now. It gets you kind of 90% there, sometimes closer. It depends on how picky you are. But let's add a mask by clicking this little icon down the bottom here. Layer mask. Look at that. Don't look too closely at the details, but if you just need a rough cut, actually that's better than a rough cut. It's, I'd say 95% there. Now the Select Subject 2 option has a couple little issues that we want to I just want to show you how to kind of really perfect the Select Subject. It's going to do a pretty amazing job getting the edges. We're going to add a layer mask, and you can see the beard here needs some work and there's a chunk here missing. So what we can do is use it in combination with the Select and Mask. So make sure the mask is selected, not the image. Mask, click on Select a Mask. Now what I've done is I've switched mine to be on black, and maybe it's a bit dark, just to see a bit of a contrast. Now with this hair along here, okay, this tool here is the best. It's the one I think selected by default. Pick a size. This one here you can kind of see from the icon. It's really good for hair. Basically all it says is go and do this again, please. Look at that. It's really good for edges of hair, things that are moving. For larger chunks like this person down the bottom here, this person, the gap, grab this top option, the quick selection tool. Set it to minus, pick a size that fits. Cool, huh? Just kind of gets rid of that. There's some bits in here, probably just need a little touch up. See, you did one and it did them all. Oh, so good. You can kind of see though, there's a bit of an orange hue around the outside of his arm here. It's kind of around the hat a little bit. What I find, there's a bunch of options in here and you can play around with them, they're great. I find the magic bullet though is this last option. You might have to twirl down output settings, and this one here, decontaminate colors. It's like this magic thing that happens. Watch, click once, and it didn't really, you also notice it more in the beard here. Watch this, orangey beard, not orangey beard. Orangey beard, not orangey beard. I got a bit closer with my redefine edge for his face. Be a little bit more careful than me. Let's crank this up to 100%, redefine, on, off. That looks more more exciting. Let's click open, and other than I selected a bit too much of his cheek, it's a pretty amazing mask. So it came out earlier in the year. It's select subject. It doesn't have to be people. It's just kind of like a main object in it. So if you're doing product photography, it works great. I jumped out of the video and found this just to kind of show you it doesn't have to be people. It can be bears, stuffed bears. Select subject, wait for it to do its thing, hit the button, and it's not perfect, but it's pretty amazing. And again, if you find the edges aren't perfect for you, click on the mask, select range, grab this little feathery guy here and just kind of paint the edges, and somehow it just magically finds the edges of the bear. All right, now we're finished with this tool. It came out earlier in the year, but I bet you missed it. It's a brilliant tool, especially if you combine it with select and mask. All right, on to the next feature. All right, the next feature is something called Quilt Warp. So from your exercise files, open up these 3 warp files, 1, 2, and 3. So when we've done warps in the past, I'm going to combine these two. So I want to mock up this magazine cover on this background, and we just go to Edit, Transform, we go to Warp. All right, and it's pretty easy the old way, okay, as long as it's kind of on a single plane. Now I'm going to spend like a couple of minutes doing this, just getting it looking nice. So I'll get it to speed up, zoom time. All right, so not my best work, but it was quick, it's easy. As long as it's on a single plane, it's nice. And if you've used it much before, you know that if I want more control, okay, I can add a bit more of a grid. So edit, the same sort of thing, edit, transform, warp. I can jump to this kind of like 3x3 grid, and that's cool as long as everything's uniform. Okay, so my next example is going to require a little bit more customization, and that's where this quilt warp option works in. So in Warp 3, I want to get the vine to kind of wrap around the text a bit. So I need to move it up. So first of all, I'm going to mask this background, probably in this one because it's one simple color. I'm going to select on the vine and use the handy dandy select color range. It's done a pretty good job straight up. And so you can click in here with the eyedropper and say, I want that color, then raise the fuzziness to say, kind of pick his buddies, pick the other bits of green. And you can add the plus button to say, and this, and probably not as fuzzy anymore. Eventually you'll get something pretty good. Let's click OK. Not a bad selection. Let's add a mask. But now what I want to do is turn Dan on and get it to kind of wrap up the top here. If you're doing this along with me, you don't have to use Dan. You can use your own name. So with the image selected, I'm going to use that same thing, edit, transform, warp. And these are the new features. They call it Quilt Warp. Well, they've told me that's what they've called it. But really it's this split along the top here. It allows you to add your own custom ones. So you can either do it both horizontal and vertical, okay, and add a custom point, which is cool. I'll undo that, or you can just do a horizontal or a vertical and just get kind of real, just simple controls. It's up to you. I'm in this case going to use the split one, and I'm going to hopefully, I practiced this beforehand. Well, in all honesty, I try to make it look cool. So I'm going to add 2 there. So I don't have to kind of use that grid, which can be really, even though it's only 3x3, it can be really complicated. So I'm going to raise these 2 up here because I want it to kind of come up and look like it's over there, and just a little bit of messing around to try and get it to look real. All right, as real as something like that can. So you can tell, like, the cool thing about it is that you can do it custom. You can do it exactly how you want by adding as many points or as little points as you want. And enter to confirm it. Okay, and yeah, that's the kind of new feature. The new addition to the warp tool is adding custom points. They call it Quilt Warp. Before we move on, I want to quickly show you a cool little trick. It's a really easy way to get the vine to look like it's going in and out of the text, that kind of like interaction that looks really cool. So you need two versions. So I'm going to duplicate this guy, two Dans. You have one above the vine, one below it. And with this top one selected, add a layer mask, grab your paintbrush, make sure black is your foreground color, pick a size, and just paint the bits in you want. It's quite cool. It's gonna go behind that part and then in front of that part, and you can kind of just decide how much kind of peeks through. Ah, look at us. And paint in white to get rid of stuff. All right, now I'm waffling. If you do your version, show me your example. Use your own name. You can use my name. You might not have such a stretched vine. Give it a background color. Where's my white one there? And share it with me on social media. Okay, so Instagram is the best one. I am Bring Your Own Laptop. Or if you're Twitter, I am Dan Loves Adobe. Take a screenshot and show me what you did. And let's get on to the next feature. All right, the next feature is something called distribute spacing. So up until this version, all you could do is select all of these people and say, I want to horizontal. That's what, no, vertical. I always get that wrong. I want to line them up, but then I want to kind of step them out in individual spaces. And up until recently, all you had was this, okay, distribute centers, okay, and that would kind of work, okay, but you can tell like this, it's using the center of every object, and because this one's small and this one's big, they don't have the same internal spacing. So this is quite cool. I find, I feel like this could be earlier in the tutorial now. I feel like it's always been a problem here, but now this thing is new. They don't look very fancy, but they distribute the gaps, which is very cool. So click on horizontal or vertical if you can work it out. That's why they got icons for people like me. Cool, huh? So now the spacing is even rather than the centers being even. It's a simple addition. It's been in things like Illustrator for a long time, but we welcome you here to Photoshop. Thanks, team. All right, next feature. All right, for this next feature, it's called symmetry painting. You might have bumped into it in a last version. It was hidden under some special features you had to turn on. It was a bit of a secret handshake to make it work, but now it's just built straight in. And if you did lose the last version, there is some updates to it. So the way it works is I've got symmetry painting open. Okay, basically just an empty layer is all I really need. I'm going to grab any of the brush or eraser tools or any of the kind of things you draw with, the pencil tool. We're going to pick a brush. Now, the sweet new brushes they came out a while ago in Photoshop, not that long ago, but you'll notice that the brushes panel's been cleaned up nicely. And under dry, media, and special brushes, Kyle Webster's joined Adobe and all his brushes came along with it, and they're amazing. So I'm going to use, not the dry ones, I'm going to use wet, this one here. Ultimate Inking Think and Thin. So the way this works is you pick a brush size, and this is the new little feature here, this little butterfly. So basically you pop it down and you pick one of these. We'll start with just a vertical one. It's nice and easy. You get to transform it first. You've really got to kind of decide, do I want it to be this way or this way? I'm just going to leave it as it was. Straight up and down and hit enter. Now I've got a foreground color and I'm just going to click, hold, and give you a sense of it. There's a giant brush, but you get the idea, right? You don't need to see me draw. Not even sure what I'm drawing. There's a cool little mix here of both the symmetry, which is cool, but also the brush and also the Wacom tablet, all kind of coming together to become an artist's best friend. I'm not sure what I'm doing now. So that's just flipping across either side one. You can just turn it off when you're finished. You can actually just change it to something else. If you're finished with that and you're like, actually, I want to see what I want to see what the radial one does. That's a new one. Okay, so I'm going to have a segment count of, I don't know, we're messing about. Hit enter, okay, and you can draw around, and it kind of draws radial one. You can get a sense for it. I'm going to turn this one off and show you the last one, my favorite one. So instead of working on radial, I'm going to look at this mandala. I'm going to go up to 5. Enter at the size. Now, if you don't have a Wacom tablet, a way to kind of fake it is to, nothing to do with this, I'm just changing the size. It's this thing over here, the smoothing. If you lift up the smoothing to 100%, it's going to kind of smooth out your lines and look a whole lot more natural and a little bit more hand-drawn than the kind of jittery stuff you might get. You can also mess about with some of these. Catch up stroke is cool, and catch up the end of stroke can be fun. Same with pulled string. Give them a go. You'll kind of find what you feel is natural. I'm happy with that, and I'm just going to draw for no good reason. Now I'll speed this up because I'm just gonna play around with it for a little bit. All right, you're back. I don't even know what I was doing, but it was fun. Okay, but I got my little pattern. So symmetry brush, you can see there's a bunch of different options in there. One thing you might find is like mine, it runs a little bit slow if you pick some really hardcore brushes in some of these other ones that Kyle's designed. Okay, just this whole symmetry thing is a little stressful on my machine. And I really hoped when I began this tutorial, I was like, I'm gonna do something amazing. And I got started like we did here, and kind of looks like a paella or ran over pizza. I was hoping for glory. I even got my Wacom out of the cupboard for you. You are welcome. All right, I got the solution, select them all. Let's smush them down, and you know what's coming. The world is a better place. All right, on to the next feature. All right, we're getting close to the end. I'm gonna throw these last kind of 3 into this one amazing image. It's my favorite stock image. It's not even a stock image. It's one shared by the photographer, Charles Deluvio. Sorry, dude. On Unsplash, go check him out. And then we'll do a bit of a wrap up afterwards. Kind of a next steps thing. This one here, I'm gonna use the pen tool. I've got a stroke, I've got no fill. I'm just gonna draw a set of rad glasses on him for no real reason other than to show you this feature. If you worked on a document where this is not too bad because the default's blue and the background's kind of bluey, but it's quite thin and a little bit hard to see. You can now in Photoshop go up to this little cog. So I'm working my pen tool, go to this cog, and you can say, actually, I want to see it a lot thicker. I'm gonna go to giant size. Okay, so you can see it nice and easy, and also pick a different color. Nice high contrast one. Rubber band's quite cool as well. If I start another shape over here, can you see it's actually connected to it? Illustrator does that by default now. You can decide whether you like that thing, because without it, if you forget, it's that kind of like hope and guess what it's going to do. If you're okay with the pen tool, then it's fine. But if you're a newbie, turn that rubber banding on. It'll give you a hand. All right, back to this guy. I love him so much. All right, 3 more simple things. I'm gonna grab the brush tool. Where is it there? I'm gonna make a new layer. And under colors here, this is the color cube, right? So we've been using this forever and it's handy, but they've made a handier one. Okay, it's called Color Wheel. And it just means you've got the hue all the way around and it kind of loops back on itself rather than that weird slider that kind of stops at red and then goes back to red. This one here is just a nice easy way to pick the hue. Okay, and within that hue, you've got the option of like a fully saturated, and then you can start washing it out all the way to white or darkening up to black and anywhere in between. It's common in some other kind of fields, like some of the video work in Premiere, and it is just quite handy. Especially, I love the hue, saturation, and brightness. RGB is weird, especially when it's a slider, but this here is quite nice. So we're not doing it for anything else other than to add this man a little, it's meant to be a mustache. Where's a mustache on a dog go? There. All right, so that's one feature, the color wheel. The other one is window workspace, lock the workspace. I've already just turned it on. Okay, and what it means is you can't move these or break them. Okay, and why would you do that? You might just like it. Okay, you might have got it sorted, but really it's for people working on computers that actually are touch screens, like the Microsoft Surface or the Surface Studio or the Wacom Cintiq. I'll show you one of them. This is the new one from Microsoft. I think it only got released or talked about yesterday. That's why all these images are a day ago. You can actually work on these. So it's a full operating system, but you can actually start drawing on top of it. And that can be problematic when panels start moving around. So that option is for you. And our last one before we wrap up and talk about next steps is view. And this one here, horizontal. This one here, flip horizontal. Just flips it over, just temporarily. It's not like done. It's not like edit, transform, flip horizontal. It's just there to do quick kind of checks. That's what is the end. I can't work out a reason for this, if I'm honest. Adobe told me it's because artists like to check symmetry, and you might, leave a comment if you're like, yeah, totally love that idea. So it's not finished. It's just kind of like temporary flipping. You can work on it, but it is just a view change. All right, let's jump to Real Dan to wrap things up. Say goodbye to the pug. Hi everyone, my name is Daniel Walter Scott, and I am a designer and an Adobe certified instructor for Photoshop. And today, you and me are going to go through all the exciting new features in Photoshop 2021 that have just been released. I'm going to put them in order that I think are most important, okay, or exciting, through to the, not the worst, but the most obscure of the new updates. We are going to have exercise files. You can actually play along with this. So you can watch it now and then download the exercise files to do some of these projects yourself. There'll be a link below for that. So let's open up the new version of Photoshop and jump in. All right, open up Photoshop and then go to File Open. And we're going to be working with the file called Sky Replacement 01. You'll notice that a few of the files have these names afterwards. That's because Samuel Ferreira decided to share his image with the world under a Creative Commons license. Means we get to use it without having to pay for it and without a watermark. So thank you, Samuel. Dan, Ethan, Tobias. You'll see a few of those through the course. All right, and the first thing we need to do, just make sure everyone's looks like mine in terms of the workspace. Go to Window, go to Workspace, click on Essentials, okay? Then come back in here and go to Reset Essentials, just so that yours looks like mine. And now we're gonna look at the very best, most exciting, according to Dan, 2021 Photoshop feature, and it is under Edit, and it is this one, Sky Replacement. Yes way. Click it, kick back, relax, watch the sky, watch it. Oh, it just removed it. Look at the mask, so good. Turn the preview on and off. It will depend on, this remembers the last sky you've picked. So along the top here it says sky, drop that down. Okay, and you can work your way through. There's a bunch of preset ones. So blue skies, you can click on any of these and watching. Oh, good, huh? There is all sorts of amazing ones in there. Spectacular, let's go for the spectacular. They've got to suit your image. One thing you need to note is that you can click on these and actually drag them here. So if they're not quite lining up, you can move them around. Okay, so that's going to be good for my one. Oh, look at that. So good. Let's click OK. And I want you to notice the layers over here. It's pretty non-destructive. You can turn that group off and it's all back to normal. Okay, but there's all this kind of non-destructive masks, the backgrounds there, lots of things you can mess around with afterwards. Let's have a look at the second version, File Open, and go to Sky Replacement 02, Dan Freeman. This is Auckland Harbour in New Zealand. You'll notice a lot of kind of New Zealand-y pictures because that's where I'm from. But let's look at taking this Sky Replacement in a little bit more detail. Let's go to Edit, Content, no, let's go to Sky Replacement. And be amazed, watch the sky. Oh, it is good. Let's have a little look. Let's pick one of the sunset ones because I want to show you something. Pick anything you like, move it around as you wish. Okay, but I want to show you this kind of foreground adjustments that's happening here. If I click OK, you'll notice here we get our kind of like layer built up. But these two bottom ones here are actually doing a pretty amazing job. The background, if it was just cut out, would look okay but unrealistic. It's these foreground colors. See, turn them on, turn them off. They're actually taking the color from the background, in our case from the sunsets, and it's actually influencing this foreground. Okay, so it's actually kind of, see, it's actually changing our foreground image to make it believable. The kind of stuff that we'd have to do as professionals to try and get it to blend, but they're doing that automatically for us. And again, there is adjustments. Okay, so there is lots of masks. You can actually click on here, this little icon there, okay, and actually work through the curves that they've adjusted. Okay, to kind of fine tune as you like, but it's pretty good out of the box for me. Let's open up the third one, File Open. Let's go to Sky Replacement 03. Now I'm showing you this one because it doesn't work very well, or at least it needs a little bit of modification afterwards. Sometimes I see these tutorials online and they show me the only ones that work perfectly, but I want to share with you what you can do if it doesn't quite work. It's this kind of like overexposed sunset over here. Let's click Sky Replacement. Still does a pretty good job. Lift it up, try and match it up. You can see what's happening kind of over here. So to get around that, you can play around with Shift Edge and Fade Edge. Okay, if it's a consistent background, it's not going to work for us. I'm going to click OK. But because Photoshop was clever enough to give us all these kind of layers that we can work with, see the sky here, you can kind of see in the thumbnail it dips down into this too far. What I want to do is work on the mask, okay, and grab my brush tool. So this one here, or B on your keyboard. Okay, and in terms of the color, I want to make sure my foreground color is black. Okay, so over here, if it's white at the front, click on this little arrow here. And in terms of brush sizes, a little handy trick for you is I'm going to scale it up. You can use your square brackets, it's up to you. But what I want to do is, if you're on a Mac, hold down Control and Option on your keyboard. Okay, both of those down, and then hold the mouse down, left and right is the size, and up and down is hardness. That's a sweet trick. Okay, if you're on a PC, you hold down the Alt key, okay, and use your right click, weirdly. Click your right click down, hold it down, and move left and right, up and down. I've got something about that sort of size. Black's my foreground color, and I'm just setting the opacity to about 50. Another little trick is on your keyboard, tap 2. Can you see it change the opacity to 20? 5. So these are the numbers that are just above your letters. Okay, click on those. 0 is 100%, weirdly. 7. Okay, I'm going to go down to about 50 and then just kind of brush this out. Just back and forth, trying to match the rest of it. I might actually creep up into this area here, go a bit bigger. Do the same on the foreground lighting color, just to try and bring that back in. So it's never going to be perfect on everything, but hopefully we'll give you some tools to, I don't know, make it extend through some of the more challenging backgrounds. Let's open number 4. This one here, sky replacement 04, click open. I want to show you a couple more things you can do. So edit, sky replacement. Let's have a little look. Pick something different this time. Oh, that's cool. Oh, it's already some mountains, double mountains. All right. So what you can do is shift edge. Okay, it's going to play with the connection between the foreground and background kind of new sky here. So you can play around with shift edge. We'll kind of let more of the background or the original image in. Okay, and you can go the other way where it gets really tight and kind of starts overlapping. It will depend on your image. The automatic features, I don't know, it seems to do a pretty good job, like for such a new feature. Good work, Photoshop. And the fade edge as well, like how much of a transition is it? Is it pretty abrupt or is there a nice big fade? Okay, everything else, you can play around with the brightness of the sky, the temperature of the sky. Okay, anything else? Oh, you can bring in your own skies. So in this little drop down here, you can click on plus and bring in something that you have got. Okay, something of your own or something from a stock library site. You can build your own groups. You can do all sorts of cool things in here. So that's cool. One last thing I want to show you is this tool here, I don't know what it's called, Skybrush. Click on that. And what you can do is these are very generic controls for the entire image. With the brush, you can actually just like mess around with part of the image. Okay, say there's just one part giving you trouble. You can paint it on or off using plus or minus. Okay, and it just messes with the edge. I'm going to crank it right up to show you what it's doing. I don't need to fix this one. I did find it hard to find an image that was broken. So I guess it's credit to Photoshop that this thing worked pretty good. Okay, I'm just wrecking it now. So hold plus or hold minus to decide which way it kind of moves the foreground and the background color in. Again, I couldn't find an example that was broken enough for me to go and use a Skybrush. It's there for like little touch-ups. All right, click OK. Sky on, sky off. Oh, good. And actually, before we move on, I want to get you to do some homework. Think of it as fun practice. So I want you to find a photograph of your town, your village, your city, your state, your country, whatever it is, and I want you to send me a before and after. You can find images from Adobe Stock if you have a license for that. Unsplash or Pixels are great places for free images, or take one yourself. And I want to see a before and after you've replaced the sky. Okay, and share it with me on Twitter. Okay, I'm Dan Loves Adobe. Instagram, I am Bring Your Own Laptop. On Facebook, check out the group Bring Your Own Laptop Online. Join that group and make sure you share a before and after. I'd love to see what you do. All right, let's move on. So the next feature is kind of an addition to sky replacement. Sky replacement's pretty like abrupt. Maybe that's not the word, but it just kind of replaces the sky. Maybe what we want to do is just enhance the sky, adjust it. So what they've done is they've given us a cool feature. Let's go to File, Open. Let's go one called Sky Select 01, Jeremy Bishop. Okay, open this one up, and let's say we don't want to replace the sky, but we do want to like adjust it. Maybe in our case, we're gonna add a bit of vibrance to it, lighten it up. So what we can do is we can go to Select, and they've given us this handy selection. Click on that. It does a pretty amazing job. Look at that. I've tested it on a bunch of different images and it works really well. What are we going to do with that selection? We can go to adjustments and we can say, I'm going to use this last one here called vibrance. Okay, I'm going to, increase the vibrance or saturation. It's up to you what you want to do. Given that selection, we can use curves, levels, whatever you want to do. It's probably a bit extreme. Anyway, so you can see down here, because we had a selection, it's a layer mask. It's all very non-destructive. On, off, on, off. And we can use that exact same technique to do the inverse as well. Okay, we can go to select sky. Let's say we want to mess around with the foreground. Okay, so we've got the sky selected. What we can do is we can go to select, go to inverse, and look, we've got the foreground selected. Cool, huh? We'll do the same thing. Let's go to adjustments. Let's click on, let's use curves. Okay, and do what you want. Okay, so, am I making mine better or worse? Everybody's yelling at home, worse. It was pretty good to start with. There we go. All right, so foreground, sky, all with the new fancy sky select. All right, next new feature. All right, so I want to close all these down. You can save yours. I'm not going to save mine. File, a handy trick for people that don't know, close all. You're like, can they be that handy? Close all means you can do this. Apply all, don't save, or click save, up to you. But I'm gonna don't save them all. Goodbye, people. And they all go at once. Everybody done the file close, don't save, file close, don't save, file close, don't save. Anyway, let's look at the next one. It's called Content Aware Trace. Now for this to work, depending on when you're watching this, it's in something called the technology previews. It means that you can turn it on if you want to use it. I think you should, because it's cool. But it's maybe not ready for the big time yet, just yet. So if you go to, on Mac, Photoshop, Preferences, and go to Technology Previews, okay, if you're on a PC, go to Edit. You'll have Preferences down the bottom and find Technology Previews. Yours might be on by default. If you can't see it in here, you can see my one, it says Enable Content Aware Tracing Tool. Turn that on if you can see it. If it's not there, it's probably just on by default now because you're in the future and they've just turned it on. It's no longer a secret thing you need to turn on. So make sure it's on and go to File, Open. Let's go to the one called Content Aware 01, Jude Beck. Now, who is this good for? It's for people who use the pen tool in Photoshop to kind of either cut things out or make vectors. It's best to kind of just show you what it does. So it is hidden. Well, it's not hidden. See Content Aware Tracing Tool? It's mixed in with the pen tool. So click, hold on this for a little while. Go to Content Aware Tracing Tool. And up here, I've picked, you might be using a path. It depends on how you're using this. I'm going to build a shape so you can see it on the video easily. I'm going to have a fill with no fill, and I'm going to have a stroke that is bright green and it's 10 pixels, just so that you can see what I'm doing. And what we're going to do is already, if I hover above it, I know Jason and Taylor, the editors, will zoom in so you can see, but there's this like teeny dotted line around the outside. Okay, what you can do is, look at this, ready? Click once. It drew a line around the outside. Look how good it is. I'm good with the pen tool, but I'm definitely not that quick or that good. Okay, and what you can do is, instead of like, what you want to do is say, I want to add to it. Okay, so you're going to switch to the next tool. And what it'll do is it'll say, do you want to join it with this one? And then join this one and back to this one. Oh, back to that one even. Look at that. Look what it did. So good with the pen tool. Even if you are good with the pen tool and you enjoy a good going around the outside and adjusting curves and handles, you've got to be a little bit impressed. I am, at least. Let's look at another option, because that one was actually, I found an option that was on a nice clear background. Okay, if you're doing product photography, you can make those kind of like simple backgrounds happen to make your cutting out easy. Okay, but let's look at something slightly more complicated. Let's go to File, Open. Let's go to Content Aware 02. This one here has a few like compound shapes. Okay, so we're going to use the same tool. Okay, and we are going to turn this on, Auto Trim. I've found it's off by default, but it might not be off on default depending on what Photoshop decided to do in the kind of final versions. But this thing here, I find, just turn it on and leave it on. Because what it will do is, watch this. So I'm gonna zoom in here. Can you see this kind of first shape? If I click on here, great. Then I go to this, And I go to this. Can you see it's going in? It's following that curve in there. Okay. It's being too clever for its own self. And you click on that and you're like, oh no, what do I do? And if you go over here, you can kind of see with the power of zooming in. Can you see that line? Watch that line there. Can you see there's like a little squiggle through it, a little red line going jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. I don't even know it's red. It's tiny. But it means that's that auto trim feature. It means like, oh, you're going this way. I'm going to delete all that stuff. So you can go around, make sure auto trim's on, and just make sure it'll double back and delete anything. Now remember, I'm on this plus, so I'm adding to it every single time, and that's what I'm on by default. Now you can see across here, it's given up. It's like, well, there's not enough contrast. It doesn't know what to do. So what you can do, this is where this detail option is. It's set to 1%. Watch this. I click, hold it with your mouse, like click it down, and then drag it to the right. Can you start to see all those lines appearing? Okay. If you go too far, it's going to try and draw every single tonal change there. So you want to find on your image where the happy medium of like most of it is visible. Okay, you see all those blue lines appearing? Okay, so I went somewhere in there. Okay, so that it gives it a bit more, it's just being a bit more detailed with its look. Okay, you can see there now it's got that piece. So you might have to turn that up and down as you go around depending on like how detailed it is. Okay, mine's doing amazingly. Oh, look, it just did all that. Now, I'm going to be honest, this, it works amazingly well with this high contrast back and forth images. Things that are all, you're trying to pick hair out of hay, it's not going to work. Okay, so it needs to have, at this stage at least, and it's kind of like, I don't know, pre-release version, it needs the, a really high simple contrast. Another thing I want to show you is we've been hitting plus to keep adding to it. Actually, I want to finish, it depends on what you want to do. I don't have to finish this off, but I want to get close to here to make it a complete solid, because then I could go through and fill it if I wanted to. It's not what I want to do, just to prove that you can. And what I want is these shapes in here. I need to cut these out as well. So I want to go back to this first tool, and that'll just mean that it'll think that I am creating a new shape, which is what I want to do. Okay, I don't want it to try and join up with the old one. Okay, I'm going to go in here, try that one. Okay, so now it's started another shape. I have to go back to the plus. Otherwise, it'll keep creating new shapes. So yeah, that's something you have to do. Have to kind of wheel around a bit to find it. Come on, zoom in a bit. That'll do. That'll do. Ooh, I'm going to have to fix that with the pen tool because it is very blurry. I don't blame you, Photoshop. That's a tough one. Any other ones? So I should do the same thing in here. Oh, that was a one click. Woohoo! All right, let me show you in the next one how to tidy some of this stuff up. But you can see here 3 separate shapes. I could be copying and pasting these into Illustrator, XD. Okay, I could be using the paths, okay, for doing masks. Amazing new feature for those people who use Pen Tool in Photoshop. Let's open up the third one, Content Aware 3. So with this one, what you need to remember is that the detail is set to whatever it was in the last time you used it. So probably, like mine got up quite high. I'm gonna go back down to 1% to see how well it does, and I'm gonna just give it a go. I often go as low as you can and raise it up if you need to. I leave auto trim on. I often just start with plus and leave it on plus, and I'm gonna just work my way around. And whoa, look at that. Nice. Anyway, excited. Let's click on one. Let's click on this one here. So it didn't quite grab in there, so I kind of need that. Oh, no, there it was. Okay. Now this is a lot trickier one, so there is going to be a few problems in here. Let's have a little look. Down here, still pretty good. Like there's going to be tidy up regardless. Those first ones I gave you were really exciting, and I made sure they were pretty good for the demo to get everyone hyped up and excited, but there is going to be tidy up to be done. So things like this, it's easy enough to go through and grab the pen tool and the direct selection tool. Okay, these are the two that you'll use. Okay, you can go in here and P for pen tool, and that one there, I do not need you. So I don't have to hold anything down, turn it off. Same with that one, don't need you. Okay, but that one there didn't quite work. So I'm going to grab my direct selection tool, drag it up this way. I'd argue that's a pretty amazing starting point for this particular one. Depends on how fast you are with the pen tool. Anyway, that is Content Aware Trace Tool under Technology Previews for the moment, but if you're watching this in the long future, it's probably just a tool in there ready to go. All right, next feature. I'm going to do my file, close all, tick, don't save, and then go to File, Open. And I want you to go to Daniel Walter Scott 01. And it's me. Hello, me. Looking very neutral. I'm normally smiling. That's not my natural face. But I had to for this particular new feature. Let's check it out. They're called Filter Neural Filters. Okay, these are scary good. Let's click on them. Let's click OK. It's using things like, they call it Adobe Sensei. Think machine learning, artificial intelligence-y stuff. Now, yours will look different from mine probably. I've got a pre-release version. You've got this kind of like featured filters, which only has a couple. These are the ones that Adobe say, these are ready and are pretty good. These ones down here, which we'll look at in the beta filters, are all things that are really good, but they're getting out early to us to have a look through, okay? But there are some artifacts and some small issues with them. But as they get better, they'll be moving into here. So you might have to look between these two to find the ones. The one I'm gonna turn on first is skin smoothing. Click on that one. Oh, look at that. Now this little option down the bottom is preview, on, off, on, off. Look at me, like 10 years younger. I look very soft. So you can play around with the smoothness and how blurry it is, okay, to get something that works with your model, okay? Your model might not be as handsome as this model is, okay? So you might have to crank up blur and smoothness, but for me, I want, maybe because I know myself too much, I know that that is a nice version of me, but you can crank it up as well and go full on fake skin. Nice. All right, so I'm going to turn skin smoothing off, and let's have a look at probably the first feature that I raced in to go and find under beta filters. Turn on Smart Portrait. You might have to download some stuff for this. There might be a button here that says download, and then you went straight down here and you went hair thickness, give me lots of it. And then kick back, relax, and watch it up here. It's actually doing the work in the cloud. And come on, I'll speed it up. I was hoping more here, more like, I don't know, Fonzie. But it's pretty good. Preview on, preview off. It's pretty realistic though. That's actually gone back, sad to say, probably about 10 years. And let's go maximum here. Now you can see up here, it does things where it oh, look at that. That's me with lots of more hair. It's pretty good. It's giving me more like hair on my sideburns as well. Okay, so this is in beta. So there are, there are some glitches to it, but it's pretty amazing, huh? And again, it processes a lot of it in the cloud, so that's getting faster and faster. Mine didn't take very long at all, but you might have to wait. If you've got a really bad internet connection, it might take a little while for the Adobe servers to process what you're doing. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's turn hair thickness off. I won't go through all of them. I'll go through the ones that I thought were interesting. Let's go to Be Happy and crank that up. That's why I got a neutral face there. Look at it. Preview on, preview off. Holy smokes, it's kind of me smiling. And somehow I've got nicer teeth than I normally do. I got pretty bad teeth. Anyway, so have a look through those. They are getting better. I know that there's another release coming in the next couple of days, which are going to fix the teeth to be a little less artificial. Okay, facial age is probably the one. This is the biggest one. This is the one that like, it's pretty, look, it's me when I'm old. Totally is. That's going to be me when I'm older. On, off, on, off. Let's go the other way around. I'm not going to spend too long on this. Do I look younger? Kind of do. Okay, we're going to go facial age up. Let's go for gaze. This one here kind of like, I don't know. Did it freak me out or did it get me excited by technology? Watch this. Look to the right. Oh, I look to the right. Now, I want to go through and just kind of play with them all and have you along for the ride, but we'll move along. The things I want to show you, though, is this little blue dot here. It shows you what filters you've actually applied, so you can actually go through and apply more than one at a time. Okay, and this will tell you the ones you've got applied. Let's make sure my hair thickness is cranked up again, and we'll click. One thing I want you to look at down here is where to output it to. Sometimes you want to output it to a new layer. Okay, it could be a smart filter, duplicate layer. Just know that that option is down here. I'm going to put mine on a duplicate layer. Let's click OK. And I think the gaze, it's done something with my eyes because I did my original image right. I'm using a ring light. Okay, and you can kind of see that ring light in here. It's kind of done it a little bit weird there. It's totally me with more hair. Ish. All right, so let's move on. Actually, what I've done for you is I've found you, well, I haven't found you some models. I've given you more versions of me to mess around with in your exercise files. You have permission to make me old, mess around. Okay, there's just a couple of other images you can play around with. Be respectful, but I'm totally happy and not offended and can take a joke. But just be respectful in terms of, I don't know, controversial topics. Keep me out of those. Those are there for you to play around with. And I'd really like to see what you do. Like, again, I want to see some ridiculousness or subtlety, up to you, but have a play around with those other versions. And like before, send me what you do. Okay, we're at Twitter, Dan Loves Adobe, Instagram, bring your own laptop, and on our Facebook group, join that, bring your own laptop online. Check out that group. I'd love to see what you do. All right, while we're here, let's move on to the next one. So let's go to Makeup Transfer 01 and click Open. All right. I'm not sure what I was doing, but let's have a look at one of the other neural filters. So let's go to File, no, let's go to Filter, and let's go to Neural Filters. There's a few like good things in here, so it's worth spending a little bit of time in here to show you the best ones that I think. Let's go to this one here. Let's go to Makeup Transfer. Actually, this is not a good one. This is just funny and it only takes a second. So turn it on, find your reference image. I've given you one in your files, okay, called Makeup Transfer 2. Okay, open that one and give it a second. Oh, that is handsome. Okay, so you can transfer makeup from one photograph, okay, you can see here, to another one. Again, I'd love for you to go through, find your own images, okay, references, when you can use me as the model, okay, and put on different makeup. All right, let's click OK. And I want to show you some of the other more practical ones. Oh, look at the layers. It's left that there. So you can do some other blending later on. Probably not the best image, my screwed up face there, but anyway, it worked it out. Let's look at another actually practically useful neurofilter. Let's go to one called Style Transfer. So Style Transfer. Yes, Daniel, I can find it. Style Transfer. There it is. Open. So Style Transfer is in here as well. Let's go to Filter. Let's go down to Neurofilters. Let's go to, it's actually in the Featured section. Go to Style Transfer. Turn the little tick on. You might have to download some stuff. It might take a little while. And look at that. It matches the style over here. And you can just kind of work your way through, and it does a pretty amazing job at kind of matching some of these styles over here. Some of them good, some of them bad. Look at that one. That is really good. Click Show More. Okay, you can kind of just click your way through your image. Let's do some Van Gogh. It's pretty cool. You can, down the bottom here, do a couple of things. Probably the one thing that I did quite a bit is preserve color. So it actually preserves the original color and just picks like the texture from it. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Let's have a look at another one. Let's click cancel on that one. Let's have a file open. Let's look at one of the earlier images. It's called Sky Replacement. Where is it? Sky Replacement. We'll do Sky Replacement 01. Okay, and go to the same thing, filter. It works really amazing with landscapes. Style Transfer, click it on. Try a few of them. Oh man, I loved that combination of that image there. That's O'Neill's Beach, kind of just west of Auckland. And look at that, so good. Some of them are average, some are really good. Works really good with kind of natural images. Wow, look at that, connection of that and that. Okay, yeah, you can play around with style strength and brush size and all sorts of other things afterwards, but Style Transfer, really cool way of, I don't know, I've used it a bit for making images just look old. I found one that works, you know, I kind of preserve the color, and I was playing around with some of these ones to kind of make it look vintage. Okay, it's kind of a cool painterly, textury thing going on. There was another one that I liked. Which one was it? Yeah, anyway. So that's Style Transfer. and click OK. And I'm going to look at opening up a next image. Let's go to File, Open. This one's called Colorize 01. Open that one up. So this new feature is tied up in the neural filters again, okay, but they should all be separate. No, they shouldn't, but I want to identify them as like different use cases. Okay, so coloring black and white images, you can do some amazing work under filter, under neural filters again, jump down to beta and click on this colorize and just wait for a second. Look at that. I didn't do anything. Somehow Adobe Sensei went, that's grass, those are people. It's pretty amazing. You can play around with things afterwards, but man, for that first one, it did an amazing job. Click OK. Let's have a look at another one. So File, Open. Let's go to Colorize 02. Okay, and let's look at something that's maybe a little bit more, not problematic, but I'll show you, get a bit more detail in there. Let's go to Filter, Neural Filters, go to Beta. Now again, yours might be under this featured, okay, because I like it. I'm not sure what the problems are with it, that it's still in beta. Wow, look at that. And one thing you might do is you might go, oh, I like that, but I need to, I want a bit different color over here. Okay, so what you can do is, it's a little bit strange use. Okay, so you click in here and you say, actually no, you click in here and you pick a color. They need to be very neutral. If I want green, okay, I want green for the grass, I can't go in, I want a yellowy green. Okay, I can't go and use this because it looks terrible. Go way, way, way down here. Okay, and I'm just clicking and dragging it here to get a kind of color. Click OK. And then what you do is you click once on the thumbnail here. And can you see it changed it over here? Look at that. You can add more than one color. Let's say that you want to make the C here. Click it first, then go and change the color. You can kind of see it select, it's got a blue ring around it. I don't want a green C, I want like a turquoisey kind of color. Now remember, subtle colors tend to work better. That is pretty amazing. Let's click OK. Now, if you've downloaded the exercise files, I've given you a couple more you can play around with. 03 and 04. Have a play with those. They're pretty amazing. But let's move on. And we're going to leave the neural filters there for the moment. There are other ones to go play around with. Okay, so under beta filters, there's a few other ones that super zoom zooms in and tries to clean it up. There's just ones that I haven't been able to find a good use for. Okay, and some of the ones down here are teasers. Okay, if you click on Dust and Scratches, you're like, oh, okay. At the moment, what they're doing is they are deciding that which one do we make first for our happy Photoshop users. And you click on this one and you tell them why you're interested. They'll start building the ones that people are most interested in first. It's a pretty cool way of doing it. So have a look through these face to character. Anyway, so have a look through them. And again, remember this will move around as they become a bit more kind of finished. They'll end up in the featured option. So let's hit cancel and let's move on. All right, I'm going to file, close all. You've seen this before, don't save. All right, let's open up File, Open. Let's go to one called Pattern 1, Open. So the tools I want to show you, we're going to do 4 different selections here. A couple of them are from older updates for Photoshop that not a lot of people know about, and some of them are the newest features. So probably the biggest one from last year was this. So let's double click the word background because it doesn't work if it's called background and locked. Call it a name. I'm going to call mine Hummingbird, funnily enough. And in your properties panel, I'm going to double click color just to close it down. So we've got a bit more space and you can see this one, look at him. So as long as background's gone, the word background at least, click on this, remove background. Look at that. I love the feature. You can see down here, it's added a layer mask and removed it. And I'm going to go into my libraries. I'm going to create a new library for us now. So this is going to be Photoshop 2021 release. And I'm going to grab my move tool and I'm going to click, hold and drag my little hummingbird in. Cool, so that's one of them. Let's open up a couple of other files. File, open. Now before I move on, how was that? Was that good? Yeah, move background, man, that's a cool one. Let's have a look at the couple other ones. So let's go, we've got pattern 1 already open. Let's open up 2, 3, and 4. You can click the first one, hold shift, and click the last one to open up more than one document. You can hit Control Tab on a Mac. I think it's on both actually. Control on your keyboard and hit Tab key. you can toggle through the open tabs. So let's go to pattern 2. So remove background's good. I want to show you another one that is select subject. That came out recently as well. That's just a great way it goes through and like does a great selection. It's got a little bit of a problem here. I want to show you how to tidy it up. So let's first, on the background layer, let's add a layer mask. Okay, so it's got us there close. Okay, we need to remove these bits. So with the mask selected, we're going to go to properties. We're going to go to select and mask. Okay, and we entered this new world of select and mask. The kind of toolbar changed in bits. So the one I want is this third one down here. Well, actually, no, we use the first one. The kind of quick selection option up here, we're going to add minus to it because we want to get rid of stuff. And brush size, who remembers what our shortcut was? You didn't write it down, did you? Hold down Control Option on a Mac, and then click, hold, and drag left and right, up and down, or just left and right for this case. There's no blurriness for this tool. If you're on a PC, you hold down the Alt key, and then click and hold with the right click on your mouse. Weird. Okay, so I'm going to click once in there, and it's it's a terrible job. Okay, so I've painted that out. I'm going to go back to plus and pick a more appropriate brush size and just kind of paint this in. It's pretty, I find it pretty amazing the way it can kind of go through, and I'm being very generic and vague with it, and it's doing a pretty good selection. All right, same down here. There's a bit in here. So you can just toggle the plus and minus. Okay, so leave it at plus, hold on the Option key on a Mac, changes it from a plus to a minus. Can you see that? And it's Option on a PC. Shrink it down, click once. Oh, too good. Shrink it down, click once. Actually, I click and drag in that one. Okay, so that is kind of, that first tool there is a really good way of, once you've done a mask and it's kind of good, like our select subject, but you need to touch it up, that first tool is kind of a good starting point. Click OK. Same thing with this one. You can name it afterwards. Okay, it's up to you. Move tool, add them to the library. I'm going to call this one, is it a pelican? I don't even know. Pink bird. I should have checked. Okay, and let's have a look at the next one and another selection technique for you. And this kind of gets into some of the new 2021 features. Let's do the same thing again. Let's go to select subject. Okay, add a layer mask. And you can see it's got some stuff around here that's, that wing there is pretty amazing, the feet, but this wing needs some work. So remember, click on the mask, go to properties, click on select a mask, and up until this version, there was only the content aware refine. Okay, so in here, they've added this next one called object aware. What it does is, can you see this tool up here, the kind of hair looking one? Okay, it's called the refine edge brush tool. Okay, what happens in this first version is you can kind of click it and it kind of works. Okay, and I've just found an example where this is, it proves it's very good. So I'm going to undo that. So it's this option here, object aware. Don't think this is better or worse. Okay, just try this one. If it doesn't work, use object aware. Okay, I'm going to click OK. The same thing, using the same brush, and I'm going to drag along the edge here. Okay, and it's just going to give me out way better results in this particular case. So it's really good with hair, okay, or things like grass, or in this case, it's something moving. Okay, so that's one of the new features here. You'll see object aware. So try color aware, and if that doesn't work, move over to this other option. All right, let's click OK, and same thing with this one. What kind of bird it is? I didn't check. So you are now a bluebird, regardless of what you actually are. Let's get them in there, and let's open up. Remember our sweet shortcut, Control Tab. Okay, and let's have a look at this one. So this one here is another new feature, newish. Okay, if you are still using the quick selection tool, if you're still using the magic wand tool, you need to start using the quick selection tool. And if you've using that but not object selection tool, this is pretty sweet. Click on object aware. Actually, let's do the select subject, because it's select subject kind of works. And you're like, it's not what I want. Okay, so that's a too big a mask because it's quite detailed. But object, the object selection tool, watch this. I can draw a box around this guy, and look. Well, give it a sec. Give it a second, come on. Look at that, okay? It's done a pretty amazing job. Even got the foot okay-ish. Okay, you can add to it. Let's say it's missed out a little bit of the head there. Actually, first of all, hit the mask to see what it did. It did chop a little bit of his head out. You can add to it by holding the shift key down, so actually add to that bit there. Pretty amazing. All right, let's turn that into a mask and let's grab him, drag him in. I want to say toucan, but I don't think he is. He is going to be toucans. There you go. All right, so I've got my birds, and now I can show you another 2021 feature called Pattern Preview. To do it, let's go to File, New, and over here, let's type in, I want to be on pixels, so I've set yours to pixels. If you want to follow along, I want it to be 500 by 500. Let's be 72 DPI, let's be RGB. I don't want artboards on for this particular one. This feature, at least in my pre-release version, doesn't like artboards. And let's click Create. Little white square. Before I explain the tool, let's actually just drag something in. Let's grab Mr. Toucans, okay, and get them to an appropriate size, hit return. And I want to make this a repeating pattern because I want it for fabric or background desktop wallpaper, something. Okay, so have you done it before? I've done it where you had to chop the top of his head off and stick it down here or export to some other program to do kind of tiling. Look, View, and go to Pattern Preview. Woohoo. Okay, so our little toucans, I can move them around still. Okay, and I can grab another one, get the right sort of size. Pretty amazing, huh? Now, I'm gonna get him there. If you've ever tried to do it, you are jumping around for joy because this is super cool. If you don't do repeating wallpaper patterns, it's still pretty awesome. So I'm just kind of getting our friends in here willy-nilly. Who else is missing? The hummingbird. Oh, buddy, you don't fit. A little bit of overlapping is going to be necessary. All right, that'll do. So this is just like a view. It's not actually doing anything. It hasn't made it like a pattern for us. We still need to do that. It's just kind of like a way of viewing it. So with it off, you can't see the overlap. So to make our pattern, we definitely need it on Pattern Preview. So you can see the toucan kind of poking out the top. And then we go to our Patterns panel. Okay, if you don't have that, go to Window and open up Patterns. And what you want to do is, I'm going to turn my background color off. So it's white. I'm going to just bin it. Okay, and what I want to do is nothing. Just click on this little plus. Give it a name. Mine's birds. Oddly named birds. You can see there a repeating pattern swatch. Oh. Now you can go out to something like, I don't know, Spoonflower or whatever you can, like I've got wallpaper printed as repeating patterns. I've got wrapping paper patterns onto fabric, okay, made cushions, that sort of thing. We can do it for some mock-ups here. So let's go to File, Open. Let's go Mockup. We'll open up Mockup 1 and 2 if I can find it. There it is, Mockup 1 and 2. These won't be in your exercise files because I don't have rights to give you these ones. Okay, but you can find a lot of Photoshop templates. You're looking for the word Photoshop templates. These are both from, can't remember. I think they're from Envato Elements or Photoshop Adobe Stock. But what ends up happening if you find Photoshop kind of templates or mockups is, let's look at this first one, is that a designer's gone through and mocked this up for you, and all you need to do is adjust the smart object. Okay, so to edit a smart object, it's this little icon there. Okay, double click it. It opens up in this new tab up here, and I want to get rid of all of this. So I'm just going to go select all, and I'm going to go edit. I want it to have a white background. I'm going to go to edit, fill even. Can't do it on the background. Okay, so, have your layer selected, Dan? There you go. Edit, then go to fill. I'm just going to fill it with the foreground color. No, just going to fill it with white. Okay, so, and then I want to apply my pattern to it. Okay, so I've deselected. I'm just going to click once. Look at that. Got my like repeating pattern. Let's hit save. And then jump back to mockup 1. Give it a second. It'll update. It takes a little second. Come on. Look at that. It's already bent around the sheets and it's all been faded in nicely. And some of the benefits of using those templates, and I found a practical use for our repeating pattern. Let's have a look at another one. Okay. The same with this one. Somebody's gone through and kind of added the graphics and kind of blended them nicely already. All we need to do is update the smart objects. Let's do this part of the hoodie here. Okay, so everyone does it a little bit differently. Okay, so I'm going to double click it. They've added like a safe zone, so you can kind of see where it all goes. I'm just going to go over the top of that layer again with edit fill because I want it to be white background. Okay, grab on that and hit save. and watch my design, hopefully, update. Look, birds. Let's do one more. Double click him, sleeve. I'm gonna fill it again with white, add the birds. And what you can do is you can scale them. Okay, can you see down here? It's a kind of an effect that's applied to it. So you can double click on the little icon here and say, actually, I want the angle to be different. So you can move them around, and I want to change the scale around so they're not so big. Okay, you can click OK. Save. Watch my mockup number 2. Oh, he's already updated. Look at that. So there are lots of mockups around and templates around for things like stationery and websites and, I don't know, UI mockups for phones. They're pretty handy. The one thing that I did when I was messing around with this is when I did my graphic, is when I was trying to make my patterns, I turned off pattern preview and then made it, and it doesn't, watch this, if I add it, it doesn't make it the same way. It's not repeating. Okay, so that needs to be on. When you're finished, you can turn it off. All right, let's look at the next feature. Let's go to File Open, and I want to open up one called Website. It should be at the bottom. Now this feature is one of those useful, but not very exciting. It's not gonna give me my hair back, or maybe lose it less. Okay, so over here, look at that. There's a triangle tool, and you're like, there's always been a triangle tool, Dan. Nope, it's new and exciting. Okay, it's just new. But have you ever tried to go and you're like, why is there no triangle tool? And you grab the pen tool and you drew a kind of a rough shaped triangle and it's not quite symmetrical and you just live with it. Look at that, triangle tool. Fill in a stroke. I was going to leave it as is. Look, we get a triangle. Hold shift. Get like a constraint equal sides triangle. So not exciting, but things like arrowheads and triangles, it is, if you are into that sort of thing. One thing you'll notice as well is that's new. Okay, you're like, ooh, what's that do? If you're from Illustrator, you're like, I know what that does. I can click it and drag it. Look at that, live edges. Or at least live shapes. Okay, so all the tools do that now. Okay, so draw a rectangle, and you now have the option to go through on the object and drag it out. If it does disappear and you're like, you've gone back to your move tool and you're like, ooh, how do I get those back? Okay, you can either go back to the rectangle tool and make sure you have your rectangle layer selected, or you can go into this path selection tool and click on these guys. Okay, and click on these guys. Oh, and it switched to the direct selection tool. Make sure you're in your path selection tool. Where's my triangle? There it is there. Okay, so we can adjust that afterwards. So that wasn't possible before. You drew it and it was kind of fixed there forever. Now all these shapes are all updatable. Another new one in there, as well as the triangle, is the polygon tool. Okay, I can drag him out, or at least I can drag him out now and change him, okay, because he's a live shape. You see I'm scrolling down my properties. I'm going to double click patterns. As you can see, I can crank up the sides to make it other shaped sizes. There we go. Octagon, I know that one. Rounded corners, how much star happens. Ooh, starburst. So this is new for 2021. What was I doing in here? I was not meant to be drawing those two. I was meant to be showing you something good looking. Rotating it. And I want to show you, I've got to show you another thing. So let me get that in here. A triangle is in here for no reason. Same reason the dots are here. But let's give it a fill of, actually let's give it no stroke. In terms of the fill, there was actually last year they built in a bunch of gradients that are actually good. If you dived into the gradients, I don't know, not in the last year, there's actually some good ones in here. Look at these. Come on. There's actually some decent ones in there. What am I going to be using? I don't know. That'll do. There you go. So what we can also do as well is I'm going to duplicate them. So we've got a couple. Oh, look, we're a visionary company. I'm going to select all three of them. Another update for last year's Photoshop that not a lot of people know is if you click on normal, okay, you can actually just hover above them and they will actually show you the preview now of like what they're going to be. Whereas before you had to do some secret crazy shortcuts or just click one and go back to them all. Use overlay. Look at us, visionary. One of the new upgrades, which are kind of weird upgrades, but really useful, is the line tool. You're like, that line tool's been there. You can't trick me. What it used to be though, is it actually used to be like a small rectangle. That's how Photoshop dealt with lines. Now though, it's an actual line that can be copied and pasted out into something like, I don't know, Illustrator or XD, it's kind of like a proper 1 pixel line rather than it was just a skinny rectangle. And that meant something when you were, especially when you were trying to output this to kind of vector drawing programs, and it went, just a skinny rectangle. You can't change the stroke. Now it's a legitimate stroke, but you have to take my word for it. Other thing you can do is you can reset the live shapes. Okay, these shapes. So let's look at our rectangle here. Let's say that you have played around with it and you want to set it back to normal. You can reset the transforms. Watch this. If I reset it, it goes back to its original size and its original rotation. That is new. Not very exciting, but useful to know. It gets a little bit more useful when you're doing something like, where's our mock-up? This one here. Let's grab, I don't know, library. Let's grab our hummingbird. And let's say we want to mock this up, right? So it comes in at this size. I want to transform it down, get it kind of, but I want it to match like the fabrics. So I end up using, it's been around a little while now that you can use warps on smart objects, which is cool. Okay, but you get in here, you're like, actually, I want to try and bend it, so it matches the kind of fabric and bends around and does all cool stuff. If you haven't done this before, it's a great way to kind of try and get your artwork to match your fabric. You can click and drag these, okay, and then play with these handles. Another trick that not a lot of people know is you got to be very exact. They're a bit small. Is I can go up here and say, actually, I want to add kind of an up and down horizontal line. Watch this. I can just kind of, let's say there's that fold there. I want to kind of try and bend it so that piece there looks like it's kind of, grab the handle. Is this painful to watch? For some reason, my little touchpad here is not playing ball today. Anyway, let's go to this one. You can start kind of matching the fabric, and you can add all these extra grid points as you need them, okay, to try and warp things to make it feel like it's going around the fabric. All right, I lose points for that one. Okay, because that's a terrible warp. I hope you got the idea of what I was trying to do. The reason I'm showing you this is because, look, you can go to properties and go to reset, and it resets the warp as well as the size, as well as the rotation. So you can undo all that stuff, whereas that wasn't possible before. Oh, it's terrible. I totally demoed that before I did my recording, and it came out pretty good. Not that one. All right, the next feature I want to show you is, it's kind of one of these weird ones where it probably should be closer to the beginning because it is quite special, but it's not very exciting. And I want this video to be exciting to keep you watching. It's more administrative, but really cool. So let's go to File. I'm going to this website. It doesn't matter which one you're going to. Let's go to File and let's go to Save As. And I'm going to save mine to the cloud documents. If this kind of moves around a little bit. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's there. Click on Save to Cloud. Now, if you've been ignoring saving to cloud for a long time because you're like, oh, it's not how I'm used to working, I'm going to show you one of the perks of why you should be doing it. So I'm going to call mine website V1. Okay, click Save. And what ends up happening is it's saving our version or the version onto your Creative Cloud documents. Okay, so it's saving it up there. There's always a local version so that it works fast. Okay, but the actual kind of real version is in the cloud. And there's perks for that because let's say that I make some changes. I come along here and go, all right, color, the background. Let's change the background gradient to, that looks good. Okay, and we change some type and we're working on it. Ready for this? No, because we don't know what, I don't know, it was a quick mock-up. So let's save it and let's close it. And you're like, oh my goodness, I need to open it up again because I didn't mean to commit those changes. Have you ever done it? And you're like, maybe if I open it up quickly, all the history will still be there. You're like, quick, open it up. And you know that if you go to Window and go to History, after you've closed something, the history is empty. And you're like, oh, sad face. Okay, but because it's a cloud document, and you will have noticed my actual working myself, there's not much different, because it loaded real quick, didn't download it every time. There's some clever stuff going on in the background. But watch this. Different from history is version history. Watch this. Look at this. So Cloud Docs version showed me all the changes that I made after it was saved to the cloud. So back here, before I changed the color, this version, Okay, when I change the text, okay, how good is that? It's just like this backup. Now what ends up happening is, can you see version, I think if you're on I'm on an enterprise version of the software, so I got 60 days. I think for everyone else it's 30 days. Anyway, it's long. And what ends up happening is, let's say that you're getting to this point, you're actually like, actually I want to mark this. Okay, let's background color change. It depends on what you're doing. It might be you've got, you know, markup back from your creative director and you want to just save it where it is before you move on. So you don't have to do a file save as. Instead of V1, V2, V50, you can just hit these little markers. These ones here will delete. These kind of old versions will disappear. You can't go back to them after, in my case, 60 days. These ones that I've marked by hitting this little bookmark will never go away. They'll be attached to the document and I can always go back. It's pretty amazing. So I can go back to here and actually say revert to this version. Okay, and we'll jump back. I can go back to that version I was at before and mark that as another option. Okay, so this is the purple background. Okay, so nothing's gone. After 60 days, it'll all be gone. But if you mark a couple of them, you can always revert back to them. It's pretty impressive. Now, some of the hangups that I know at least I had when I was starting with Cloud Documents, I'm like, oh, bandwidth, slow internet. I live in a rural area. We have terrible internet. What they've done is, like, let's say that I do make a change for this. I add a type layer, okay? And what's happening is, it's like I don't have to hit, I can hit save, but what it's doing is it automatically saving it every, I think it's 5 or 10 minutes. Can't remember exactly, but it's always backing it up to the cloud. So if, I don't know, my laptop catches fire, there's always a cloud version, which is an amazing feature in itself. But what it's not trying to do is upload the whole PSD every time. I've added this text layer. Just the text layer has been updated up on the cloud version. So there's just a little bit of bandwidth kind of chugging through, okay, and updating. So if you haven't tried it now, my advice would be to give it a go now. It feels like a mature kind of way of working, and it means I can jump to things like my iPad, okay, which has got Photoshop on it now. Let me jump to that real quick. All right, so this is my iPad. I even cleaned the screen for you guys. And Face ID, well, I can't do my password because you're all watching. Come on, Face ID. There I am. All right, you got to see the back of my head ID. Let's go to Document Clouds. And what you'll notice is that there it is there, okay? It's already kind of showing me a little thumbnail. You click it, it downloads. That was pretty quick. Now that's the kind of real big, one of the big perks for using Cloud Docs, especially if you're jumping out to other devices, might be a different computer, home laptop, work laptop. And in this case, out to an iPad. And Photoshop iPad's pretty cool. I'm not going to go through it all, and click some buttons. But you've got layers, you've got your tools. Not all of them, but it's pretty amazing what you can do in here. So let's change something obvious. Let's go to our properties panel. Let's pick a font. Let's pick terrible font so that we can see the change. The C's are always bad. Korean New, Chalk Duster, Copperplate, they're all bad. So bad. Let's go to font size, just so that we can actually see it really clearly when I'll show you how to updates on the desktop version. But yeah, like that's all we'll do. You just kind of back out by hitting the home button. It'll start syncing. You can kind of see that little blue thing there maybe. Yeah, give it a second and there it is, it's done. Let's jump into the desktop version and I'll show you. All right, so back at my laptop, you can see there it is there. Just because it was last used, it's just there. I can open it up. And yeah, I don't know what's happening, but it opened really fast. It must be syncing without me doing anything, or it's just a really small change that it's quick. Anyway, it's fast, seamless, you would say. And remember the kind of perk from before, window, remember version history, you can say gulp. Okay, I want to go back to not that version, but a version there. I'm going to revert to this version, please. There you go, my old big ugly font is gone. And yeah, so that's the update for Document Cloud for 2021 in Photoshop. Yeah, nice little process. Hey, let's look at the next feature, which is actual pixels. So to test this, we need to open up a file. So file open, this will be in your exercise file. It's called actual size. Okay, so you open it up and there might be some warnings about fonts. Just ignore all those. We're just after mainly the size. So in terms of the size, this is meant to be, if I go to view and go to actual size, this is meant to be actual real life, like legit real life if I was printed and hold it in front of my face. So we're gonna test, I'm gonna switch to the camera now and show you. This is A4. So if you're in the United States, you're gonna have to take my word for it in terms of the measurements. Now I've already tested this on my screen and it totally works. I'd be interested for you to create like a new document, make it US letter and measure it yourself. Let me jump out to the camera and let's prove its size. All right, so what the hang is Dan going on about? This, have you ever printed something off and you realize the font size was too big or too small? So you need to do those kind of soft proofs just to check fonts. Whereas now, Adobe says, if I go to view and I go to actual size, it's actually gonna be A4, okay? Little shortcut, if you tap F once and twice, goes to full screen mode, and I should be able to measure this now, and it should be, because A4, it should be 210 millimeters. It is, I'd say a millimeter off, but I can live with that when I'm doing kind of a soft proof this way. Saves the paper for printing. Actually, let me check it with an actual A4 sheet. You can see it there. Like, I'm not sure you can see what on screen, but it's about a millimeter off. I'd be interested to see how accurate yours is. So leave me know in the comments. Go to, if you're in the US, make a new document that is US letter or whatever you're used to and know the measurements of. And just let me know how close it is. Mine's pretty close. Not exact, but close enough. All right, let's jump back into the computer. All right, to get out of full screen, just tap F again. So F once, twice, 3 times is kind of a little loop. All right, and the next thing I want to show you is plugins. Now I was going to have to demo this because go to plugins, plugins panel, and in my case, because I've got a pre-release version, there's nothing in here yet. So open it up yourself now that the software is out, and just see what you find in here. Click on Discover Plugins, and the Creative Cloud app will open, and will hopefully give you some exciting new plugins for Photoshop. Now, plugins have been around a while. If you go to all plugins, okay, there's been lots of Photoshop plugins for a while. But what Adobe are doing now, and kind of generally across all apps, is they're trying to support plugins a lot better. So have a look in here, see if there's anything exciting. But that is new, but even too new for me. So have a look in there. All right, let's jump out to the camera and discuss the next steps. All right, that is going to be it, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the Photoshop 2021 updates. Let me know if you enjoyed the video, if you liked the upgrades that Adobe have done, and let me know as well in the comments what your kind of like, let's say your top 3 in order of best to third in terms of features. I'd be interested to know, to see how it compared to how I ordered them in this video. I put the first one that I thought was best first and kind of work my way through. Also know that I've done updates for the other Adobe products as well, so go check those out. Illustrator, InDesign, XD, Premiere Pro, After Effects. And that is it. I will see you again in another video very soon. Bye now. Hi there, welcome to the end of the course. I'm glad you made it. I nearly didn't. It's like 100+ videos. It's a really big course because Photoshop's such a big product, and there's so many kind of use cases for it, so it deserved this many videos. But it's a long grind. You're here now. Let's talk about what to do next. Leave me a review or a comment on how you enjoyed the course, what I could do better. That stuff helps. But in terms of your kind of professional development, what do you do next? Let's say you're a photographer. The next step for you would be something like Lightroom, if you're not already into that. If you're in the more graphic design fields, okay, you might already have skills in, say, Illustrator or InDesign. So I've got advanced courses on those if you want to jump into those ones. If you are in the kind of web UI world, or you want to get into that world, so something like Photoshop, I've broken off a separate course for Photoshop for web design. Okay, it's a big enough course on its own, and it goes through all the kind of considerations you need to become a web designer using Photoshop. Okay, you mock up websites and yeah, work with a developer to get them built. So that's web design. You can do the same thing in Illustrator. I've got an Illustrator for web design course. So yeah, it depends on where your skills lie. You end up at the same place. You end up with a mock-up for an app or a website. You just got to decide whether Photoshop or Illustrator is right for you. I've got courses on both of those. The next step after that would be something like XD. Now, what is XD? XD is Adobe's user experience or UX design tool. Okay, it allows you to do a lot of the same things you do in, say, something like Illustrator to design an app or a website. But the cool thing about it is that it adds a level of interactivity. So you get to kind of add clicks and drags and swipes and stuff to really get things tested in design phase before you move into designing this thing. Okay, so I've got courses on both those. What else? If you enjoy the kind of motion graphics side, okay, that might be your next step. So motion graphics is taking stuff we've made in Photoshop, which is static, and then moving it around. So type animated, intro videos, that type of thing, maybe animated infographics, okay? Something like After Effects. Check out my animated infographic course, okay, for After Effects. That might be a next step. I find that really cool. I really love the, taking the stuff we've made and then, adding it to music and animations. And there's such a good kind of place to do that, or a home for that now online with things like YouTube and websites. In terms of next step for video, you might look at something like Premiere. Say you did the course and you really liked the editing remember my talking head video? We added a little intro at the beginning. You can do that for a while, but you'll get to a point where you're like, man, I wish they had these extra features. And that's where something like Adobe Premiere would be useful. So check out that course. That is going to be it. It's really hot in here. Okay, that's why I'm sweating. It was a really long course. Thank you so much for doing it. And I'll see you hopefully in another video. Goodbye from Sweaty Dan.